and supportive community, complete with all necessary amenities, and provides the perfect, serene environment for students to focus on their studies and achieve their goals. Join our vibrant community and prepare for a successful career in nursing. At Daya Sagar University's Harohaldi campus, the College of Physiotherapy is dedicated to providing students with a top-notch education in the field. The curriculum is designed to give students a comprehensive understanding of the human body and its functions, along with experiential training in the latest physiotherapy techniques. What sets our department apart is our ultra-modern facilities, including sophisticated classrooms and clinical training rooms. Our students have access to the latest technology and equipment, allowing them to hone their skills and knowledge to the highest degree. The faculty at the College of Physiotherapy is comprised of experienced professionals who are dedicated to their students' success. With our modern amenities and a supportive community, Daya Sagar University's College of Physiotherapy is the ideal place for aspiring physiotherapists to begin their journey.
Good evening, students. Welcome to day 9 of Daya Season 3. Today you are going to have biology class 4 to 8. I am pleased to introduce, I think this is second class Madam is taking, Professor Priyanka, who is having 14 years plus experience in coaching NEET and CET. The today's topics are going to be organism and population and ecology. In the ecology ecosystem, biodiversity and environmental issues are being going to discuss. Dear students, if any questions, you can put in Q&A. Hope Priyanka madam is available on live.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, madam. Madam, anything is there in students will be putting their queries in Q&A. Please keep checking that, madam.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Thank you so much. Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, am I audible to everyone? Is it clear?
Your voice is clear.
Yeah.
I think you are going to open the screen. The screen is also getting open.
Fine. So you the slides and all is clear, right? I can go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Fine. So we will start with the chapter organisms and population. So today we will start with this and followed by 3 more chapters of class 12. So we will start with organisms and environment. So we all know that every organism around us we all need a particular environment to survive around, right? So these things in detail, this is what we are going to study in this chapter, right? So coming to this ecology. So whenever an organism is staying comfortably in one particular environment, we call it as an ecology. So this ecology is concerned with 4 levels of biological organization. So it has 4 levels basically, that is organisms, population, community, and biome. So you can see here, right?
Sorry to disturb you, madam. I think you are not open still. That
Sorry, sir.
the screen is not opened still.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I'm sharing already.
This because only we could able to see the folder containing class 11, class 12, and biodiversity and conservation. That slides PDF has not got opened.
Okay.
Is PowerPoint, madam?
Oh, no. Yeah,
Yeah,
PPT
it has
only,
opened.
PPT.
It has
Now?
opened now. Yes, it is open now. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah, now is it clear, I guess?
Yes, madam, it is clear.
Yeah. Yes. So I was telling that ecology has 4 levels of organization. That is organisms, population, communities, and biome. So these are the 4 levels we are going to learn in detail. Okay. So coming to this ecology. So if we are studying an organism, its adaptation to a particular environment and how it survives in one particular environment and its reproduction. So that study, we call it as physiological ecology. So I would like to repeat, physiological ecology means ecology, a study of ecology where we are going to study about the organism, its environment, how it is surviving in that particular environment and its reproduction, right? So each and every organism, they have their own role and position in the environment. So this distinct role and position of an organism in one particular environment, we call it as niche, right? So these are all the important terminologies which we have to keep in mind. So apart from that, so these whatever we organisms, we need one particular temperature or particular requirements has to be there in order to survive in one particular environment. So based on that, the entire ecology has been divided into different parts. That is, you can see in the picture. Yeah. So can you see here? So according to, so based on the temperature and the precipitation, there is a graph written here towards your right side, the picture. So there you can see there is a region called desert region, grassland, tropical, temperate forest, coniferous forest, Arctic and alpine tundra. So here, what you can see is as the temperature increases, you can see the desert region, and a little bit of temperature along with precipitation is what is grassland, and more of this precipitation is a tropical, the tropical and the temperate one. And if you see here, that moderate temperature and moderate precipitation will lead to coniferous forest, and more of less temperature, or there is extreme less temperature, is called Arctic, alpine and tundra. So this is the division of entire environment into different parts or different regions based upon their temperature and precipitation. So this ecology or this environment depends upon 2 factors, as we know. So one is abiotic factor, the other one will be the biotic factor. So as the name itself says, abiotic means which is non-living. So abiotic factors means the non-living factors on which the environment depends or which influences the environment. So in that, the first one is temperature, the second one is water, third is light, and fourth will be soil. So these things we are going to learn in detail. So how this temperature depends, or how the environment depends on the temperature and all. So first abiotic factor is that temperature. So I would like to ask, is that fine? Am I going proper? I'm going fast. Is that fine? My speed is fine.
Student, give your feedback, whatever you want. Is this okay, or you wanted to go slow? Give your feedback in Q&A. Accordingly, madam will act.
Yeah, I got it. Yes, it's fine. Fine. So coming to the temperature, this is the most relevant environmental factor according to the ecology. So say for example, the temperature is very much important for any organism to grow and develop. So in terms, if you take example of mango tree, it cannot grow in temperate countries, right? Or on the other hand, if you see snow leopards, you can't see the snow leopards in Kerala forest, right? So like this, they have their own particular temperature need for their development and reproduction. So based upon this requirement, so the entire range of these organisms are divided into two different types, that is eurythermal and stenothermal. So eurythermal means which can tolerate a wide range of temperature, where they can survive in the extreme temperature also, where they can survive in the extreme high temperature also, extreme low as well as extreme high. But in the stenothermal organisms, so they can tolerate only a narrow range of temperature. That is, they can't survive beyond certain limits, right? So those are said to be the stenothermal organisms. So this is regarding the abiotic factor. The first one is temperature. So now we are going about the second one, that is water. So all aquatic animals, they have, even though they are in water, they will have some or the other water related problems, because all the waters are not same. All the water sources are not same, as the chemical composition and the pH varies from one resource to the another resource, right? So if you take the salt concentration itself, so the salt concentration changes from one source of water to the other source of water. So if you take island waters where they have concentration less than 5 ppt, that is ppt, anyone, ppt, parts per trillion. So here in the similar way, in the sea water, if you see, it will be nearly 30 to 35 ppt, which will be like on the middle. And if you take lagoons, they are hyper saline and they'll be more than 100 ppt. So based upon this salt concentration also, we have two types of organisms, euryhaline and stenohaline. So euryhaline, which can tolerate a wide range of salinities, and stenohaline, it can tolerate only a narrow range of salinity. So based upon this is what the second abiotic factor we finished with. So is that fine? The basic thing what you have to keep in mind in these two abiotic factors are eurythermal, they depend, or they can tolerate a wide range of temperature. Stenothermal, they can tolerate a narrow range of temperature. Euryhaline, they can tolerate a wide range of salinity, and stenohaline, they can tolerate a narrow range of salinity. So these are the important terminologies you have to keep in mind. So the next two abiotic factors are light and soil. So we all know that light is very much required for all the autotrophs. That is, autotrophs, they prepare their own food with the help of photosynthesis, and they all depend on this light, right? So on that, I don't want to focus much, because we all know what is photosynthesis, how it is produced, what is the byproduct, everything. So there is a thing, apart from that, we will go with soil. So soil, here also the soil composition, the grain size, aggregation of the soil, the other parameters like pH, mineral composition, all this determines the vegetation and animal in that area. Say for example, if you take desert, in the desert region, what you have is, so in the desert, if you see, you can see the camels, correct? So the camel can walk in the sand. So how will be the soil composition over there? The grain size will be high, grain size will be high, correct? And the aggregation will be very less, and the soil composition, the nutrients will also be very less, correct? So like this, we have different parameters which makes the organism to survive in that particular vegetation. And this is what is regarding abiotic factors. So the response to the abiotic factors we will see. So organism maintain a stable internal environment. Even though there is an external environment, there is a changes in the external environment. So every organism maintain an internal environment. We call it as homeostasis, right? So by following certain processes. So what are those processes? That is what we call it as response to the factors. So in that, first one will be regulate, right? So further, we have confirm, we have migrate and suspend. So we are going to study about these 4 responses to the abiotic factors and how it influences the organism. So coming to regulate, so in order to maintain the physiological and behavioral homeostasis, the physiological as well as the behavioral, internal as well as the behavioral homeostasis has to be maintained. That is done by most of the birds and mammals. So where it ensures the thermoregulation, means the temperature regulation, the osmotic regulation, everything will be ensured, and very few invertebrates and vertebrates are also included in this kind of regulation, right? So they can maintain their own homeostasis, that is physiological and behavioral. So where thermoregulation in mammals, if you see, so in summer we all sweat a lot. Why we sweat a lot? In order to bring down our body temperature. In similar way, if you see in the winter season, we shiver a lot. That is to produce heat inside the body. So most of the organisms, most of the mammals follow this in order to regulate the body temperature. And there are few organisms among these mammals and birds where they cannot regulate or they partially regulated. So where in terms of regulation, they have to spend something in terms of this thermoregulation. They have to spend their energy. They have to do in terms of their expense. That is, they have to expense it in terms of energy. Where if you see one example I have written here, that is smaller animals. So if you see here, sorry. Small animals, so they will have larger surface area than their volume. So they can easily lose their body heat fast. But when they have to generate energy in terms of winter season, in the winter season, they have to generate their body temperature. That time they have to spend a lot of their energy in order to bring back their body heat. So this is why these smaller animals, they are very rare in polar region. So this is what regarding regulate. So the next concept is regarding confirm. Confirm is nothing but so there are few organisms, or 99% of the animals and all the plants, they can't maintain a constant internal environment, right? So we agree with this. We cannot constantly maintain our body temperature. So there will be variation in that. So this body temperature or osmotic concentration, it changes according to our surroundings, and they are called as conformers. So conformers are the organisms where they accommodate their body temperature or the osmotic concentration according to the surrounding condition, right? So that is one response to the abiotic factor. So the third one is migrate. So few animals, as they cannot withstand the particular environment or the temperature and the concentration, osmotic concentration, what they do, they will start migrating from one place to the another, because the present temperature or the present environment, whatever is there, that will become the stressful habitat for them. So for they always search in more hospitable area. So they will search for that, they will migrate, they will stay back there, and when they want to, when their stressful habitat becomes proper or normal, they will return back to the same place. So this is what is called as migrate. So one example is, so the birds from Siberia, they will come to the Rajasthan National Park, that is Kailado National Park. It is in Bharatpur. So it always happens every year where these birds migrate. They will come, they will survive, they will reproduce, and they will go back. So this is what is called migrate as one response for the abiotic factor. The fourth response will be suspend, where, so there are few terminologies in the suspend, that is hibernation, estivation, and diapause. So hibernation means few organisms where they cannot, if they cannot withstand one particular temperature, or if they cannot withstand one particular environment, they undergo a long sleep. Okay, so they undergo a long sleep. We call it as winter sleep. So usually the bears will undergo the hibernation process. We call it as a long sleep or the winter sleep. And once the temperature becomes normal, they will get back to their original environment. So the second one is estivation. It is also called as the summer sleep, where the snails and certain fishes, they will undergo a sleep process where they will not perform any of the activity. They will not come out to the environment. They will not be in a normal activity. So that kind of thing, we call it as estivation, or it is also called as summer sleep, which happens only in the summer season. And diapause, it is shown by certain zooplanktons. So that is also a kind of retracting themselves from the normal environment. So this is regarding the responses to the abiotic factors. So next is what we are going to see about the adaptations. So the name itself says adaptations means getting adapted to the whatever the present environment we have. So what does it define? Basically, it is the morphological, physiological, and behavioral attribute of an organism to survive and reproduce in its habitat. Means whatever the environment is there, if the organism has to survive, it has to change its morphology, physiology, and behavioral attributes so that it can survive and reproduce in that particular habitat. So this is what we call it as adaptation. So certain adaptations are shown by certain plants and mammals. We will see here. So desert plants, if you see desert plants, they have thick cuticle, sunken stomata, and leaves will be converted into small spines. So example will be the cactus. Right. So cactus, if you see, the stem will be thick. There will be no stem as such. Stem will be converted into thick leaf-like structure. There will be thick cuticle on them. The stomata will be sunken and deep, and all the leaves will be converted into spines. So this is the adaptation taken up by the desert plants in order to survive and reproduce in the desert habitat. So certain adaptations shown by mammals are, say for example, if you take the colder climate mammals, they will have short ears and limbs. Why they have short ears and limbs? In order to reduce heat loss. Okay, so this is what told by this is what is told in Allen's rule. So where the colder climate surviving animals, or the animals or the mammals which survive in colder climate, they will have shorter ears and limbs in order to reduce heat loss. So one example is the aquatic seal. So aquatic seal, they will have thick fat layer below their skin. We call it as blubber. So this blubber reduces the loss of their body heat. And one more example for this blubber thing is a whale. So all the whales will have a thick fat layer below their skin. We call it as blubber, and that blubber helps them to maintain their body heat. And then physiological and biochemical adaptation, if you see. So archaebacteria, which is found in the hot springs and hydrothermal vents. So they're only present in temperature where or area where the temperature is really high, the hot springs as well as hydrothermal vents deep inside the sea, you can see the archaebacteria presence. And marine invertebrates and fishes, they live in great depth. They will not survive in the surface area. They will be in the great depth region in order to survive or in order to maintain and reproduce the particular habitat. And the fourth kind of adaptation is behavioral adaptation, where if you see the desert lizard, whenever their body temperature goes low, they bask themselves in the sun, absorb all the heat, and whenever a body needs a low temperature, they will go and hide themselves. And this is what is called as behavioral adaptation. So this is regarding the adaptation of each and every organism and the kinds of adaptation. I hope it is clear. So the next concept, what we are going to see, will be the population. Okay. So population, again, what population includes? Population includes birth rate, death rate, sex ratio, and the age pyramids. So if you see sex ratio, so as of now, there is 60% of female and 40% of male will be is the sex ratio. So regarding all these parameters, we are going to study here. So if you see, when we put forth this attributes, we can see the pyramid formation over there, where we can see three kinds of formation, that is expanding, stable, and declining. Population attributes can be shown in terms of expanding, stable, and declining. So expanding in the sense, so whatever the initial organisms were there, they keep reproducing. They keep, so if you see, this is the pre-reproductive phase, this is the reproductive phase, and this is a post-reproductive phase, where it goes declining, it goes expanding. Okay, so it goes on, sorry, I said declining, it goes on expanding. So that is called as, or if there is one species in a forest, so after few years, you can see the hundreds of trees in the similar way. And after for some 10 years, you can see the entire forest formation. Correct. So that kind of population attributes, we call it as expanding. Stable in the sense, if there is one organism, so for a few years, after few years, they produce 10, and that 10 remains the same for few years, and then they go for reproduction, and then it increases. So this kind of, the population remains, or the number of organisms remains stable for a few years. It won't increase, it won't decrease. It is called as stable formation, stable population attribute. Declining in the sense, there once one species will give rise to 10, the 10 will increase it to 100, and suddenly there will be decline in the number to 1 again. Again, it increases to 10 and then 100. So this kind of variations, we call it as declining. So this is regarding the three population attributes. So then we will go with the population growth. So if you see, there are four basic processes that fluctuate the population density. There are four basic processes which changes the population density. So here you can see in the picture, that is natality. Natality means birth of an organism. See, as and when the organism birth rate increases, population density increases. And as and when immigration in the sense, whenever an organism comes from one place to the another, or it travels from one environment to the another, again the population density increases. On the other hand, if the organisms die, the mortality, it is called as mortality. Mortality is again the decrease in the population density. It helps in decrease in the population density. And immigration means traveling from the present place to a different place is called as immigration. That is, moving out is called as immigration. Here also you can see the decrease in the population density. So these two, natality and immigration, helps to increase the population density. Mortality and emigration helps you to decrease the population density, where it is given by one formula. So here I have explained you, n is the population density at time t, and at what particular time, so n will be the population density. So if the density have to be seen at t plus 1 time, what will be the formula? That is n t plus 1 is equal to nt plus b plus I. B plus I means birth plus immigration minus death plus emigration. So this formula helps you to find the population density. So here I have written one line: population density increases where birth and immigration, if it is more than death and immigration. If birth and immigration is more than the death and immigration, population density increases. Otherwise, it will decrease. So next we will see about the growth models. So where growth models, in that first one, we are going to see about exponential growth, or any growth we explain in terms of exponential and logistic. Okay. So here we are going to see about now exponential growth, and then we will discuss about the logistic growth. So exponential growth, if a growth has to happen exponentially, the resource has to be unlimited. The population, if the resource is unlimited, the population grows exponentially. That is in the geometric form. If you see this first graph, whatever is shown here. So here, as the organism is getting whatever is needed, the resource is unlimited. So as and when the resource is unlimited, the population goes on increasing, right? So that is what we show. We call it as exponential growth. Exponent means something is getting multiplied. So as the resource is getting more, the population is getting multiplied, which is given by the formula dn by dt is equal to r into capital N. So where dn is the change in the what is this, population increase to the time, which is given in the ratio where r is the intrinsic rate and n is the population increase. So coming to the next growth model, that is logistic growth. So logistic growth, here habitat will have enough resource. It will have limited resource to support maximum number of organism growth. So if the source is finished, if there is no beyond the source, there will be no further growth happens, or there will be no further growth is possible. This is called as carrying capacity. That is capital K. So in the logistic growth, if you see, if the habitat is having enough resource, so it can support maximum possible number. Okay, it can support the life maximum possible number, but beyond that, there will be no further growth happens. So this is called as carrying capacity, where here in this kind of growth, you can see the phases, that is lag phase, acceleration phase, deacceleration phase, and finally asymptote. So these are all the 4 phases which we can see in the logistic growth, and this is the B will be your graph showing the population density to the time, where the formula dn is equal to r into capital N, inside the bracket the k minus n by k. So what is each and every term I have explained already, where k is the only new term what you are seeing, it is the carrying capacity. So since the resource for animal growth is limited, the logistic growth is always realistic. Means this is the real growth curve what we can see, because as we can see in the environment, nothing is unlimited. Everything has its own limit, and we can see the lag phase, the acceleration phase, the deacceleration phase, and asymptote phase in this. So these phases is explained by, or it is shown by a person called as Verhulst per logistic growth. It is called as Verhulst per logistic growth. So next we will see about population interaction. So there are different types of population interaction, means as one species interacting with other species, what happens is what we are going to see here. So in that first one, the first type of population interaction is amensalism. Amensalism, here there will be two species where one species will be having a loss, the other species will not be having anything, or one species will be under loss, the other will be null. It will not be having anything, loss or gain. So here what they generally say is the most powerful animal or the large organism inhibit the growth of the other lower organism. Here, say for example, we have taken cat and rat. So growth of the cat will inhibit the growth of the rat, or the number of, if the number of cat increases, the number of rat decreases, correct? So that is what we call it as amensalism. Mutualism, here mutual itself says that is benefit on both the sides, that is species 1 and species 2, they both are in benefit. So here the interaction, whatever the interaction between these two will always be favorable. They'll be in favor to each other. So example is between crocodile and the bird. So if you see, the crocodile will always be sitting with his mouth wide open, and there will be small birds which will be eating the left out part in his teeth, correct? So here the crocodile is getting cleaned with the teeth and the bird is getting the food. So both are benefited here. So such interaction we call it as mutualism. The third one is commensalism. Commensalism here, so one species will be under the gain, the other will not be any, the other will not have anything, it's nil. So say for example, population 1, the commensal benefit will be there, while the 2, the host is not affected. Say for example, here suckerfish on shark. So there are certain suckerfish which will be on the body of the shark, and they will be feeding on them, but they will not affect the shark, correct? So here the shark is getting, the suckerfish is getting benefited, but the shark is not getting anything as such, right? That is called as commensalism. Competition, here both are under loss, means both will compete directly with each other, directly inhibiting each other. So this will say you don't grow, the other will say that you don't grow, kind of. So that is called as competition. So example, birds compete with squirrels for nuts and seeds, where the birds will also not leave the nuts and seeds, and the squirrels will also not leave, or both will feed on nuts and leaves, where both will compete there and nobody is under gain, correct? So the next type of interaction is parasitism. Parasitism is one species will be completely dependent on the other species, where one will be under gain, the other will be under loss. That is, population 1 will be completely depending on population 2 or the host 2, where they will keep depending on nutrition for their growth and development from the host, where the host will be losing their nutrition, the parasite will be gaining the nutrition over there. The best example is the ascaris and tapeworm, which is present in the digestive tract. So they keep depending on the nutrition of the human, and they keep eating it, right? So the last type of interaction is predation. Predation, here also it is similar to the parasitism, but here predation is generally the larger animal will directly eat upon or kill and eat the prey, the smaller animals. Say for example, lion, it always prey on deer, correct? It's a predatory on deer. So where one is completely under benefit, the other one is completely under loss. So this is regarding the population interaction and the different types of population interaction. So in detail, again, I have a little bit expanded it. So let's see in detail. Okay, so the first one is predation. So predator overexploits prey, means they completely dominate the prey. The predators, they will dominate the prey, where if they overexploit them, the prey may become extinct. The prey may go under extinction. So how to control it, and what is the importance of it? The importance of this predation means we can control the prey population here. So we can control the prey population here. Why? Okay. Sorry for that. So what is the importance of predation? Predation, it controls the prey population. It will check for the prey population. It maintains the species diversity, and it is useful in biological control method. So when we have to control one particular species, predation is the best method to control that. So what is the defense mechanism by the prey then? There should be some defense mechanism by the prey, that is camouflage of insects and frogs. So camouflage is changing their body color according to the present temperature or according to the present environment, whatever is called as camouflage. And production of poison to avoid predators. So certain plants and animals, they produce certain amount of poison where the predators will not eat them, or they will not exploit them. And thorns and other chemical productions are also possible by this prey, where they act as a defense mechanism in order to protect themselves. The second population interaction is commensalism. Commensalism, say for example, we will take orchids which are present on the mango tree. Here, orchids, they are under benefits, but mango tree, they don't have any benefit in them. And barnacles on the back of the whale, cattle ergot on grazing cattle, sea anemone on the clownfish, all these are the examples of commensalism. So this is a little bit more examples for the commensalism, what we can see. Next, we will go with the competition. So fitness of one species is lower in presence of another species, means the one species will, and when two organisms are competing with each other, say for example, is one organism two. So they are competing for one kind of food. So where if one, so whoever is fit among these, if one is fit, they will eat up all the grain. If the two is fit, they will eat up all the grain. So who is fit among these things, their presence will be in the higher amount and the others will go low. Right. So there is different, there is one concept in this called as interference competition. Interference competition here, interfering and inhibition of one species to the another. So there is one species growing in one particular area. The other species will come, they'll interfere in their environment, they will stop their growth, and then they will start utilizing the environment. So in that, one example I'll take, that is Abingdon tortoise. Abingdon tortoise in Galapagos Island, they underwent extinction due to the introduction of goat in the island. So as and when the goat started introducing, so this kind of tortoise, they went under extinction. Why? Because this is what is called as interference competition. Interference of this goat has made the tortoise to undergo extinction. The another example is the barnacles, superior barnacles, that is Balanus. They excluded the growth when there is, or they excluded the growth of this inferior barnacle, that is Clathalamus, right? Thalamus. So here, superior barnacle is their growth is excluding the growth of this inferior barnacle. So this is regarding competition. So the next is parasitism. Parasitism is nothing but where there are as I said, parasitism, where one organism, one kind of species of organism, there will be completely benefiting, the other will be utter complete loss. So what adaptation this parasitism or parasites will have? They lose their sense organ, they lose their digestive system, there will be presence of sucker, and they have high reproductive capacity. So all these are the adaptations. Not every organism will have this, not every parasite will have this. Each and every parasite will have on their own these kind of adaptations, where we have three kinds of adaptation: ectoparasite, endoparasite, and brood parasite. So what is ectoparasite? So we can see the lice on human head, right? The lice which are present in our head is nothing but an ectoparasite. It is externally present, or the cuscuto on the hedge plant, that is also a parasite which is present externally, and it depends completely on the host organism. And endoparasite means which lives inside the body, inside the organism. Say, for example, the liver fluke in humans, and the malarial parasite will be present inside the humans, right? So those are all the examples of endoparasite. Brood parasitism is nothing but cuckoo and crow. So you all know very well that the cuckoo will never make their nest, or they will never take care of their young ones. So they will lay the egg in the crow's nest and they will fly away. The crow will take care of the egg. They will help in hatching, providing normal temperature, whatever. So that is called as brood parasitism, means in terms of breeding, so one will be depending on the other, right? So this is called as brood parasitism. And the next is mutualism. So mutualism means here both the organisms will be under beneficially action. That is lichens. If you see, fungi and blue-green algae, both are under beneficial. So here lichens means here fungi, it depends upon food for blue-green algae, and the blue-green algae require fungi for their nutrition, right? So that's how each of that will be depending on each other, and each of them are mutually benefited. So mycorrhiza is another example where dependency is between fungi and plant roots. So mutualism between plants and animals, there are few examples like that. That is fig population by wasp and fig. So here what happens is fig population by wasp means here fig provides nutrition to the wasp larva, and on the other hand wasp will help in pollinating the fig, right? So here that is one example of mutualism between plant and animal. Orchids are another example where if they grow on one particular plant, they attract the pollinating insect. As in when they attract pollinating insect, so pollination happens, and there they get the mutual act of the interaction, right? So this is what regarding the population interaction and the end part of the chapter mutualism. So I hope everything is clear. So shall we start with the question answer? Yes. So I would like to read out your first question. That is, what are the key elements that lead to much variation in the physical and chemical condition of different habitats? So answer. So the options I'll read out for you: temperature and water, light and soil, only temperature, water, light and soil. So what will be the correct option? So D, C. So I can say only 3 answers. Yes, most of you have given the answers as D, right? So what the key elements which leads to the variations in the habitats are, so as you all said, it is option D, that is temperature, water, light, and soil. So this is what the things or the elements on which the variations or the habitats depends upon. A majority of organisms which are restricted to narrow range of temperature are called as what? Stenothermal, endothermal, ectothermal, eurythermal. So a majority of organisms which are restricted to narrow range of temperature. Here we are talking about narrow range of temperature. So we had discussed this, that there are two kinds of organisms based upon the variation in their temperature, that is eurythermal and stenothermal, right? Yes. Yeah, so few have given the answer as A, B, right? Fine, I would like to give the answer now, that so the answer will be, as said, it is stenothermal. Stenothermal means organism which can withstand a narrow range of temperature. Eurythermal means which can withstand the wide range of temperature. So B, endothermal, it is the temperature which can be maintained inside, and ectothermal, the temperature which is maintained outside. So that is nowhere related to the organisms and their withstanding range, right? So coming to the third question, the salinity in seawater in parts per thousand, right? The salinity in seawater in parts per thousand ranges between 5 to 15, 30 to 35, 50 to 75, more than 100. So this also we had discussed in the slides. So the answer is that my voice is clear. Have got a comment that they can't hear. Is it clear now?
Madam, your voice is clear.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, so the answer for the second one, so yes, everyone is right here. So we had discussed in the slide itself, the salinity of seawater is 30 to 35%. So 30 to 35% of salt salinity is what we can see in the seawater. Which of the following is the stage of suspended development? So there is a thing called suspended development we had discussed here. So if the environment is not okay, if it is not suitable, they will stop their growth, reproduction, everything. They will stop, they will pause everything. So that we call it as what? So their options are dormancy, hibernation, estivation, diapause. So options, answers, I can see B, D. Any other options? Diapause, B. Right. So yes. So the right answer, I'll explain each and everything and then we will see the right answer. Dormancy means it is a short period of time where the organism undergoes sleep, right? So that is called as dormancy. Hibernation is called as winter sleep. Only in the winter season, the organisms undergo a long sleep. Estivation is a summer sleep. In the summer season or when the temperature is really high, the organism goes for a long sleep. Diapause is when the organism doesn't find the suitable condition for their growth and development and reproduction, they stop their growth and they stop their all the biological functions. So that is called as diapause. There's also, it is the stage of suspended development. They'll suspend the further development. They'll pause their development. So the answer will be D. So fifth question, the age of pyramid with narrow base indicates. The age of the pyramid, we saw the three types of pyramids. In that, the age of the pyramid with narrow base indicates what? High number of young individuals, low number of young individuals, high number of old individuals, low number of old individuals. So what would be the answer here? The age of pyramid with a narrow base. The base is narrow. So what does it indicate? So answers are given. B. Yes. B, and then, yeah, B, correct. So most of you have told it as B, yes. So the narrow base indicates that the age of the pyramid is declining, correct? So the declining age of pyramid, what we can see has the narrow base. That is nothing but the low number of young individuals. The whatever the present individual, first species will be there, low, they get low in their number, right? So that is what the right answer will be, low number of young individuals. So this is what the first 5 questions says. So the next one is the dash is the number of individual of the population who left the habitat and have gone elsewhere during the time period under consideration. What it is called? Dash is the number of individuals of the population who left the habitat, have gone elsewhere during the time period under consideration. What it is called as? So these are one more kind of question, and that will be like the organism, they will leave their present habitat and they will move elsewhere for certain period of time. So that is what called as what? Nalini has given the answer as emigration. What is it? I can't understand that into mark or X. C, D, D. Fine. So I would like to explain each and every terminology here. Natality is the birth of an organism. We call it as natality. Mortality is the death of an organism. Immigration is moving in from one particular place to the present place. Moving in is called immigration, and moving out is what called as emigration. So moving out means leaving the present place and going away is called emigration. So here the number of individual of the population who left the habitat and have gone elsewhere is called as emigration. Okay, so I hope you got the answer clear. So the next we will see the formula for logistic growth R. What is the formula for the logistic growth? So we have to remember that logistic growth had 4 phase, lag phase, exponential phase, acceleration, deacceleration, right? So if you remember that the picture, you can just, it comes in your mind, and what it depends on, the formula, the logistic growth depends upon one particular thing. So answer, I would request the students to put question number along with their answer, so that no, it can be easy for me to see. It's randomly going D A D A. So it would be better along with question if you put your answers. So somebody has given C, D, A, which one is right? So here, as we are talking about logistic growth, we have one concept in mind, that is carrying capacity, K. So the carrying capacity comes under logistic growth, where you can see the best or the direct answer for this will be C. This C will be the correct option, that is dN by dt is equal to R into the population density by carrying capacity minus population density by carrying capacity. So C will be the right answer. A is the answer for exponential growth. So I hope whoever has answered A. So A is the answer for exponential growth, and formula for logistic growth will be C as always. And these two, they are wrongly wrote, so you have to be clear in identifying them. So the next, Cornell's elegant field experiment are related to barnacle, in which superior barnacle balanus dominates the intertidal area and excludes the smaller barnacle clathamalus from that zone. This phenomenon is called what? Competitive exclusion principle, competitive release, interspecific competition, none of this. So what it is exactly, we just discussed. Okay, it is B, competitive release. Yes, so you are all aware of what we are talking about. Yes, it is competitive release. So competitive release, the B is the correct option, where the superior barnacle excludes the smaller barnacle or the inferior barnacle. So this is called as competitive release, right? So the next one is dash in birds is an interesting example of parasite, in which the parasitic bird lay eggs in the nest of its host and the host incubates them. What kind of parasitism it is? Bird parasitism, breed parasitism, brood parasitism, ectoparasites. So what will be the answer here? The birds will be laying their egg in the nest of its host, and the host has to incubate it. So what kind of parasitism it is? Kavya has told yes, brood parasitism. Mrinalini, Nandita, right? Yes. Yes, so yes, all of you, yes, 99% have told it as brood parasitism. Yes, here what happens is the best example what we took was cuckoo and crow, right? So brood parasitism is the right answer, where the cuckoo will lay the egg in the crow's nest and it will fly away. The crow is the one which helps in incubating the egg of the cuckoos, right? So this is regarding the 9th question. We will go with the 10th question. You have to see this 4 statements are given below, and each statement has one blank or 1 or 2 blanks in that. The blank were given number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you see here? Yes. So the blank were given with numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have to fill the correct word for the blanks, seeing the options. Okay, so lichens represent an intimate dash relationship between the fungus and dash. So lichens shows the relationship between dash and dash. What kind of relation is that? So in the first position, what it should come. In the second position, what it should come, you have to tell me. And the B, the dash are association between fungi and the roots of the higher plants. Yes, this is what you have to say, select in the given options below. Plant need the help of dash for pollinating their flowers and dispersing their seeds, and the dash pollinates the fig inflorescence while searching for suitable egg laying sites. So you have to tell me which option is right in this. Tenth one is B. Yes, B. Yes, so we will discuss the answer. Lichens represent an intimate, mutualistic, right? Mutualistic relationship between fungus and the algae, cyanobacteria, right? The dash are association between fungi and the roots of the higher plants. Just now we discussed, that is mycorrhiza. Plant need the help of dash for pollinating their flowers and dispersing their seeds. So that is animals. Animals are the important pollinating agents, as we all know. Then D, the dash pollinates the fig inflorescence while searching for suitable egg laying sites. So this also we discussed, that is vast. So that the right answer is, as you all said, it is B, right? So the next, you have to find the incorrect statement among this. So I'll read out the statement. Habitat includes both biotic and abiotic factors. Abiotic and biotic components interact constantly with each other. Abiotic components alone can characterize the habitat of an organism. Major abiotic factors include temperature, water, soil, and light. So which is the incorrect statement in this is what you have to tell. Sanjana has given the option C. I can't see any others answers. Yes, yes. So I'll come to the conclusion that is, yes, most of you have written C. Yes, habitat includes both biotic and abiotic factors. Yes, that is the true statement. Abiotic component and biotic component interact constantly with each other. Yes, the living with should interact with the non-living. Abiotic component alone can characterize the habitat of an organism. No, abiotic and biotic component Both are required in order to characterize an habitat. And major abiotic factor includes yes. So all the three options are right except C. So the answer will be C. So the next statement, you have to identify the incorrect statement among these, the given statements. Thermoregulation, genetically least expensive process for many organisms like shrimps and hummingbirds. Thermoregulation, energetically least expensive process. So 99% of animals and nearly all plants cannot maintain their constant internal environment. Then third option, during the course of evolution, the cost and heights of maintaining a constant internal environment are discarded. And in aquatic animals, the osmotic concentration of the body fluids change with that of the ambient water osmotic concentration. So you have to find out among these four which is or which are the incorrect statements. Nobody knows the answer. I'm not seeing any answer here. So for you, I'll read out the question. As it is a big question, I'll read out again. You have to identify the incorrect statement here. Thermoregulation, energetically least expensive process for many organisms like shrimps and hummingbirds. Is it right or wrong? You have to find out. 99% animals and nearly all plants cannot maintain their constant internal environment. So then third is, during the course of evolution, the cost and heights of maintaining a constant internal environment are discarded, means it is not important. In aquatic animals, osmotic concentration of the body fluids depends on fluids change with that of the ambient water osmotic concentration. So which statement is or are incorrect according to you? I can see two have given us C and one told it as yeah. So I would like to discuss the answer here. The answer would be C. Why? Because thermoregulation, energetically least expensive process for many organisms like shrimps and hummingbirds. So shrimps and hummingbirds are the smaller organisms where they always undergo energy, so they always bring back their body temperature with the expense of energy. We had discussed it. So that is the incorrect statement here. And 99% animals and plants and all plants cannot maintain their constant internal environment. Yes, 99% they can't maintain homeostasis. During the course of evolution, the cost and height of maintaining a constant internal environment are discarded. No, that is not important in the course of environment. So 1 and 3 will be the incorrect statement. So coming for the 13th question, you have to again find out an incorrect statement among these four. Many fishes thrive in Antarctic water where temperature is always below zero. Microbes can survive in hot springs where temperature exceeds 100 degree. Fishes can survive even at the depth where pressure exceeds 100 atmosphere. Desert lizards have marvelous physiological ability to survive scorching heat of desert. So you have to let me know which is the right or incorrect statement among these four statements given in the 13th question. You can take time to read out the question. There are 4 statements given here. So read out the 4 statement carefully and let me know the answer. So the right answer, yeah, I can see. Yeah, very few have answered it. So most of them have answered A. Many fishes thrive in Antarctic where temperature is always below 0. No, they won't. They won't. They will start adapting. There is a concept called adaptation, if you remember. So fishes will start adapting in the Antarctic water where they can survive in the temperature which is always below 0. Microbes can survive in hot springs. Yes, archaebacteria are the one where in the high temperature where the temperature is more than 100 also they can survive, and fishes can survive even at a depth where pressure exceeds 100 atmosphere. Yes, they can survive. Again, adaptation comes in here. Desert lizards have marvelous physiological ability to survive scorching heat of the desert. So this is where desert and lizards doesn't have this physiological ability to withstand. So they always uh, go for so that is they change according to there'll be no change, or there'll be no like how we adapt. The desert lizards, they won't adapt themselves to the heat or scorching heat, right? That is the incorrect statement in 13th question. So let's go for 14th. Which of the following statement is incorrect regarding predators? So we are talking about predators here. So you have to carefully read. It keeps prey population under control. It helps in maintaining species diversity. It reduces intensity of competition among competing prey species. Predator in nature are prudent because they do not exploit their prey. So you have to tell me which is the right option or the incorrect regarding the predators. Yes, yes, you have given the right answer as D. So where predators in nature are the prudent because they do not exploit. No, the predators always helps in exploiting the prey, right? So 15th question. So it's an assertion and reasoning. You have to read out carefully. In sigmoid growth curve, population finally stabilizes itself. Reason, finally the death rate increases than the birth rate. What it is, whether the assertion is true, reason is true, or it is both true, whether they give the explanation for each other, you have to let me know. So in the sigmoid curve, population finally stabilizes itself, and the reason, finally the death rate increases than the birth rate. So what would be the right answer here? Sushmita and Pavitra, this is the answer for what? You have given D, C as the answer, but for what? Which question? Is it 15th question? Fine. So yes, Pavitra and Vinod Kumar has given the right answer, that is C. Here the assertion statement is right, but the reason is false, is not right. In the sigmoid curve, population finally stabilizes itself because The reason, finally, the death rate increases than the birth rate. No, the death rate doesn't increase, or they become stable, right? That is what we can see in the sigmoid curve. So answer C. Next, 16th question. Predation is a type of interspecific interaction with a strategy based on feeding. Predation is a type of interspecific interaction with a strategy based on feeding. Reason, a stable population is maintained through time by the population of predator and their prey, and rarely one population becomes abundant or scarce. So let me know what is this assertion, reason, whether it is right, wrong. Yes. Right. So, yes, I can see Sanjana Mohan has given the right answer. That is, both the statements are right, and the reason is the correct explanation for the assertion. Predation is a type of interspecific interaction, right? And a stable population is maintained throughout here because of the predation, right? So, both the statements are true, and the reason is the correct explanation for the assertion. Right. So 17th question, you have to match the following, the population example. You have to match the examples here. Predation. What is the example for predation? Commensalism, parasitism, and competition. So you have to match it and you have to tell me the answer here. Seventeenth one is B, A. What could be the right answer? Yes. So I would like to go a little bit faster because we have more topics to cover. So few have given the answers as A, B, D. Let's discuss predation here in the sense. The right answer for predation is cactus over the moth. Then commensalism. Yeah, commensalism is orchids on the mango. Parasitism is cuscuta and the hedge plant. Competition is balanus and Catalamus. So the right answer here is A. Right. So whoever has given the answer A, that is the right answer. So the 18th question, we go with 18th question here. What does it say? The density of population in a given habitat during a given period fluctuate due to change in the four basic processes. On this basis, choose the correct option to fill A and B boxes. So here we have A and here we have B. You have to find out what comes in the place of A and B. Okay, so the options are given below. A is natality, immigration. B is mortality and emigration. A is natality and mortality. B is immigration and emigration. That is A, birth rate, death rate. B, mortality and emigration. And D, natality and emigration. B, mortality and emigration. So what could be the answer? Yes, right. So I can see the answers. Most of them you are right. So the answer will be A. That is natality and immigration. The birth rate and the increase in the population because of getting in is what increases the population. So, and mortality and emigration becomes minus. Means population density becomes minus only during mortality and emigration. Right. So A is the right answer. So coming to this, in the laboratory experiment, 2 species of the protist paramecium were grown alone and in the presence of their other species. The following graph is seen regarding the species 1 and species 2. So you have to tell what kind of the interaction is there between the species. Competitive exclusion occurred in these experiments. Both species are affected by the interspecific competition, but species 1 is less affected. Both species are affected by interspecific competition, but 2 is less affected. Both species are affected equally by interspecific competition. So what is the right answer for this? So 19th is C. Somebody has given, yes, Harsha has told it as C. Somebody has told it as B. See, if you see the second, whatever in the graph, whatever the second, the line is there that says that both the species are in mixed culture. It means the species 1 is along with the species 2. And if you see, both are in similar way. But if you see, species 2 is more is less affected here. Population individuals, if you see along with the time, as the time moves, when the species 2 is grown alone, it is less affected. When it is along with species 1, it is affected, and when the species 1 is along with species 2, it is affected. But species 2 is less affected than the species 1. So the answer will be C. Okay. So coming to the 20th question regarding temperature and osmotic concentration, nearly all plants are regulator, conformers, partial regulator, escapers in time. Why so much confusion? So regarding temperature and osmotic concentration, nearly all plants belong or said as we had discussed in the slides. Yes, most of them are here. The answer will be B, conformers. It's a direct answer. It's a conformer. Regulator means they regulate their body temperature. Partial regulator, they will regulate their body temperature according to the or in the expense of energy. Escaper in time means they'll undergo hibernation, estivation, depause and all, diapause and all those things. So conformers are the one where most of the plants undergo uh, adjustment according to the temperature based upon temperature and osmotic concentration. I hope the chapter is clear. I would like to go with the next chapter. So is that fine?
Are you able to start, madam?
Yes, sir. Give me a minute. I'll start with the next chapter.
Okay.
I'll just share the thing. Give me a minute. Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, madam, it is visible.
Yes. So the next chapter, we are going to start with biodiversity and conservation. Sir, how much time? I have half an hour. Yes.
Madam, 5:50, there will be a break. 5:50 to 6:05.
Oh, okay. Fine. I'll take up. Can I go a little bit faster than how I'm going? Is that fine for the students?
Students, you can put your suggestion in a Q&A box. Hopefully, it will be okay, madam, if you increase bit pace.
Yeah, because we had to
Okay.
see this,
So,
right?
go ahead.
So yes, so I'll start with the next chapter, that is biodiversity and conservation. So if we see this term biodiversity, it was first given by Edward Wilson. Edward Wilson is the first person who popularized this biodiversity. Means whatever the environment we saw, it is different and it changes according to certain availabilities. So there, if you see, there are three levels of biodiversity. So one is genetic biodiversity, the other one is species, the third one is ecological. So genetic biodiversity, it is shown by a single species in terms of its genetic level. Say for example, Raulfia, it's a kind of flower which gives out a chemical that is reserpine. Reserpine means they only that genetic or that those species will have this production of this chemical. So hence that kind of diversity, we call it as genetic diversity. Species diversity is at the species level, where the Western Ghats will have more amphibians species than the Eastern Ghats. So this kind of diversity, we call it as species diversity. Ecological diversity is diversity at ecosystem level. Means that what we see around us, desert, rainforest, mangroves, all these are said to be the ecological diversity. So if you see here, so global biodiversity. So when we see this global biodiversity, so we can see the three different types here: invertebrate, vertebrates, and the plants. So where this invertebrates, the biodiversity can be kept in mind with a small, with a short form. Okay, what we say it as IMC. That is insects, molluscans, and crustacean will be the major one, which occupies the graph, or you can see that which occupies major part, and other animal group will be of very less space. Coming to vertebrates, here we can see major is occupied by the fishes, followed by amphibians, reptile, birds, and mammals. Coming to the plants, here we can say fungi and angiosperms are the major occupiers here, and very less with alga, lichens, mosses, ferns, and their algae. So this is what the global diversity is divided into. So whoever the biologists are there, they are not sure about the number of prokaryotic species. They are not sure about this prokaryotic species because this conventional taxonomical method is not suitable for identifying any microbial species, and in the laboratory we can't culture it. the culturing of the species is very difficult. Hence, prokaryotic species are difficult to, which comes under this. We cannot check under this. Coming to patterns in the biodiversity. Patterns in the biodiversity, we have two kinds of patterns, latitudinal pattern and so latitudinal pattern, which comes under, latitudinal gradients, that's the one part which we are going to see here, that comes under species diversity, and the other one will be species area relationship. Right. So if you see latitudinal gradient, here species diversity decreases in the equator region. Species diversity will be less in the polar region than the equator region. Equator region, if you see the picture here, equator region is the region which receives maximum amount of solar energy. So where the population can be diverse, it can be many in number, the species will be many in number. But in the polar region, as it receives less solar energy, you can't see the major diversity over here. Okay, so hence, if you see the equator region is also called as tropical zone, and the polar regions are called as temperate zone. And the biodiversity will be always highest in the tropical zone. Why? Because it had more evolutionary time, and it's relatively constant in environment, and it receives more solar energy. It has more evolutionary time means as the availability of source is more, so the evolution will be major over here. You can see the evolution majorly over here, and the environment will be relatively constant because they receive constant solar energy. And as more solar energy is received there, you can see adverse different kinds of species formation over here. So next we will see about species area relationship under patterns of biodiversity. So here, if we plot the species richness along with the area, you can see a graph over here. So an inverted hyperbola graph, so which says that as and when the species increases, or as and when the area increases, the species also increases because they get unlimited resources, they'll start increasing. That is given by one formula, that is S is equal to C A to the power of Z, where S is species richness, A is area, and C is the y-intercept, and Z is the slope of the line. Whatever the line shown, that Z is the slope of that line. And this is also called as a regression coefficient. Means based upon the coefficient, we can say whether the area has, or the slope, or based upon this coefficient, the slope can be identified, and it can be told whether the species area relationship is going well or not. So for smaller areas, that Z value will be 0.1 to 0.2. And for larger areas, that is for the entire continent, the Z value is 0.6 to 1.2. So this will be the species area relationship and the formula included in it. So the next concept which we see here is Rivet-Popper hypothesis. The Rivet-Popper hypothesis was proposed by Paul Ehrlich. So Paul Ehrlich, what he told is, if you take an airplane, the entire airplane is an ecosystem, and the passengers who pops up a rivet, or whatever the rivet is there, that will be the different kinds of species over there. So if you take an airplane here, so this entire airplane is an ecosystem, and whatever the rivet is there in the airplanes, so these are all the rivets, so which tells you the species, the different kinds of species. As and when the rivets are removed, it says that the species has been undergone extinction. And then if the rivet of this wings goes off, the plane is under danger. Means if the few species, if the left out few species, if they are also undergo under extinction, the ecosystem will get depleted or destroyed. So this is what Rivet-Popper hypothesis says. So coming to the loss of biodiversity. So according to IUCN, what is IUCN full form? International Union to Control Nature and the Nutrition of the Nature. That has listed few animals under this red list, which means they are under extinction in 2004. That is dodo bird, quagga, thylacine, stellar sea cow. All these are the animals which undergo or which are under extinction. Okay. So what is the cause for this biodiversity loss? There is a thing called habitat loss or fragmentation, which is the most important cause, overexploitation, alien species invasion, and co-extinction. So overexploitation, habitat loss, the name itself says if there is a loss of habitat, if the habitat changes, the species may undergo extinction, or they may the biodiversity loss may happen. Overexploitation, so one species will take over the habitat of the other species. That is called as overexploitation. So the examples are stellar sea cow and passenger pigeons. So these are all the examples where they take up the habitat of the others, and it is called as overexploitation. That is also a cause. Alien species invasion means an indigenous species. The cause of extinction of indigenous species is because of the introduction of the new one. So say, for example, African catfish is a threat to indigenous catfish in our rivers. So if you bring up and add up African catfish, our indigenous catfishes undergo death or extinction. So this is also a cause of biodiversity. And co-extinction, when a species extinction happens, the species associated with it also extinds. Means the parasite and the host both will undergo extinction if the habitat changes. If a plant and the pollinator both go extinction if the diversity changes. So these are all the causes of a loss of biodiversity. So there are three categories which comes under the reason for the conservation. So as the diversity is getting lost, we have to conserve it. So why we have to conserve it? We have three reasons to conserve it. So that is narrow, broad, and ethical. Narrow means human derive economic benefits, means we all take wood, firewood, industrial products, medicine, and all that. So that has to become narrow, that has to reduce. Broad argument here is production of oxygen, pollination, aesthetic pleasure, all that is we get it from the environment. So hence we have to conserve it in order to get a broad requirement, or in order to fulfill the broad requirement. Ethical, every species has an intrinsic value, means we have to have a moral value for a living being around. So we have to take care of that, and that comes under ethical argument. So this is the reason why we have to conserve the nature. And there are two types of conservation, that is in situ and ex situ. In situ is on site. So conservation of organism within the nature or within that ecosystem. Okay. Or a man-made ecosystem. There will be a man-made, and we will conserve all the organisms in that. Examples will be national parks, sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, sacred forest, all the sacred groves, all that. Ex situ is where conservation of organism outside their habitat. We will bring out from their habitat and we will keep it in the other one. The example will be the zoological parks, wildlife safari parks, botanical garden, cryopreservation, gene banking. All these are said to be ex situ conservation. And regarding in situ, few concepts I'll finish off. So national park, these are said to be the reserve. These are meant for wildlife welfare. We'll take up the wildlife, we'll take care of the wildlife in that, where each and every organism will be under private ownership. So they are cultivation, grazing, reproduction, their caretaking, everything will be under one particular ownership, and that will be prohibited here. So that is the general grazing thing. Outside animals will not be allowed here. It is what prohibited. So that is called as national park. One example is Eriviculam National Park. The sanctuaries are here the protection only given to the animals. So the collection of timber, minor forest products, and private ownerships are allowed. Here the animals will be protected, but the other activities will be allowed. So the examples will be Periyar Wildlife Sanctuary, Biosphere Reserve. Here, the whatever the ecosystem is there, that is conserved and made it sustainable to use by the organism. Sacred forest, there are few forests which we won't touch in terms of religious belief. So if you cut the trees over there, you may get some a bad thing happen in your life or something like that. So that is what we say it as religious belief, and certain forests are conserved in terms of this religious belief. We call it a sacred forest. So there are certain hotspots, regions where very high species richness will be there. They undergo their most the endemism will be most threatened over there, and there are 34 hotspots in the world and 3 hotspots covered in the India. So that is Western Ghats, Sri Lanka, and Indo-Burman and Himalaya. These are the 3 hotspots where you can see very high richness of species among. So I hope I covered the entire part of biodiversity. We will discuss few questions among this. So the first question says diversity of habitat over the total landscape is called as B diversity, G diversity, landscape diversity, ecosystem diversity. Yeah, I can see few here. I can't mix English and Hindi language. I'm very poor in Hindi, sorry. Yeah, so I'll see the answers over here. Diversity of habitat over the total landscape is called as. Yeah, somebody has answered here. Sanjana has answered it. Yeah, Disha has answered it. Yeah, so most of you have answered it correctly. That is ecosystem diversity, right? Then IUCN stands for. So IUCN stands for Indian Union for Conservation of Nature, International Union for Conservation of Nature, Indian Union for Chemical Nomenclature, International Union for Conservation of Nutrients. So what is the right answer here? Yes, yes, you have given the right answer. Most of you have given the answer here as International Union for Conservation. Sorry. Yeah, International Union for Conservation of Nature. Exotic species are often endangered. So usually increase biodiversity, often enhance the habitat for native species, usually reduce biodiversity. So what could be the answer for this? Exotic species means exotic species in the sense they usually reduce in biodiversity. They'll be less in the biodiversity. So the right answer, yes, you have given the right answer, most of you, that is D will be the correct answer. So the next question, the even quartet of biodiversity loss does not include. So fourth question says the evil quartet of biodiversity loss does not include what? Habitat loss, introduction of alien species, or overexploitation or hunting. So what it is exactly? So yes, I can see the right answers here. Yeah, everybody has told D as the answer. Yeah, I would like to say yes, hunting is not the cause for evil quartet of the biodiversity loss. Introduction of alien species, habitat loss, overexploitation, all these are the reasons for the biodiversity loss, right? And then Amazon rainforest, fifth question, we are talking about fifth question. Amazon rainforest, called the lungs of the planet, contribute following percentage of oxygen by photosynthesis to the earth atmosphere. So what would be the answer of this? So the answer is direct. Amazon forest gives out, or it is called the lungs of the planet, as it gives out how much amount of oxygen to the photosynthesis. Answer, somebody has given A 35, A. Yes, most of you have given the right answer, that is A 20%, right?
Madam, can you break for 15 minutes?
Yes, sir. The remaining I'll discuss later.
Okay, 6-5 students will join back.
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Students will be having a break for 15 minutes. And just get refreshed and come back.
At Daya Sagar University's Haro-Haldi campus, the College of Physiotherapy is dedicated to providing students with a top-notch education in the field. The curriculum is designed to give students a comprehensive understanding of the human body and its functions, along with experiential training in the latest physiotherapy techniques. What sets our department apart is our ultra-modern facilities, including sophisticated classrooms and clinical training rooms. Our students have access to the latest technology and equipment, allowing them to hone their skills and knowledge to the highest degree. The faculty at the College of Physiotherapy is comprised of experienced professionals who are dedicated to their students' success. With our modern amenities and a supportive community, Daya Sagar University's College of Physiotherapy is the ideal place for aspiring physiotherapists to begin their journey. Nestled within the beautiful and peaceful setting of Dayanand Sagar University's Harohaldi campus is the prestigious College of Nursing, where you embark on a transformative journey as we flawlessly fuse academic expertise with practical skills through our advanced curriculum. Renowned for our focus on innovation and advancement, our experienced faculty members are at the forefront of the nursing field, constantly incorporating the latest advancements in technology and research into the curriculum. Our pioneering facilities, including simulation labs and clinical training rooms, provide an immersive, real-world healthcare environment. The Harohaldi campus is a modern and supportive community, complete with all necessary amenities, and provides the perfect, serene environment for students to focus on their studies and achieve their goals. Join our vibrant community and prepare for a successful career in nursing.
Till 9 minutes time is there for the beginning of the class. Student, any questions you can put in Q&A box. It's good that I am seeing good participation from the students. Anything you wanted to know about different courses, you can WhatsApp me. My number is mentioned in chat box, MH Bagli. Phone number is also given. Just now you are seeing our physiotherapy video. You must be knowing there's a boom in physiotherapy career now. Physiotherapy is normally what is happening is these days over usage of gadgets, electronic devices, wrong sitting postures, a lot of vehicles. Because of that, neurological problems are increasing. ನರರೋಗಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಿವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಫಿಸಿಯೋಥೆರಪಿ ಇಸ್ ದ ಥೆರಪಿ. ಫಿಸಿಯೋಥೆರಪಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಔಷಧಿ ಇಲ್ದೇನೆ ವ್ಯಾಯಾಮದಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಮೆಷಿನರೀಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರೋಗಗಳನ್ನು ವಾಸಿ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಬೈ ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ಸ್ to treat the diseases, neurological or orthopedic, these diseases. Normally, physiotherapists, they visit to neurology hospital, orthopedic hospital, pediatricians. They do many exercises and treat the patients. And that is a good career. If anybody wanted to go into physiotherapy, you can do BPT, Bachelor of Physiotherapy. There is a permission to practice even outside. Lot of neurologists, neurosurgeons, neurophysicians, orthopedicians, pediatricians, they refer the patients to physiotherapist. ಅವರು ಔಷಧಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಕ್ರೋನಿಕ್ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ನರರೋಗಗಳಂದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ದಿವಸ ಇರ್ತಾವು. ದೀಸ್ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ is not advisable. That is the reason doctors they suggest to go to the physiotherapist for the exercise and get the cure. Any questions on this? You can raise the question. Physiotherapy is a good career. If you are interested for physiotherapy, you can go through CET. Also, in private colleges, you can take admission. Dayanand Sagar University is also having physiotherapy, Bachelor of Physiotherapy. If you wish, you can apply for physiotherapy. Not many physiotherapists are required in India. There you go. Some people will be having paralysis and all. To rehabilitate them, paralysis ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಅಂಗಾಂಗಗಳು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. Physiotherapists, they treat them by exercise, by giving different treatment with machineries, heat treatment. They do physiotherapy. Physiotherapy is a good course overall. Anybody wishing to go for physiotherapy, you can plan for.
So add on to physiotherapy, we have life science benefit for all the students. It is a 4 years program. Life science ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್.
Okay. You're talking about BSc microbiology, biochemistry and biotechnology.
No. Allied science.
Allied health science.
Allied health science, yeah.
BSc allied health science. Yesterday, as I spoke, there's a good demand for speech and audiology, BSc speech and audiology. You know what is speech and audiology? Because these days, the children are not able to speak at the age, what age they should start speaking. Plus, some of the genetical issues will be there. They are not able to hear or talk properly, or some accidents or trauma might have caused speech and audiology issue. BSc speech and audiology ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ speech and audiology technician ಅಂತ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು you can train the people to talk. And normally hearing aid ಬರಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ the speech and audiology technician will examine first whether the patient is having hearing problem. Then they will refer to the doctor. Doctor will prescribe the hearing aid. ಕಿವಿ ಕೇಳಿಸೋ ಮಷಿನ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಮಷೀನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಡಿಯಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಷಿಯನ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೊದಲು. ಇದು ಸರಿ ಇದೆನಾ ಕಿವಿ ಅಂತ, ಅದು ಮಷಿನರಿಯಿಂದ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಮಷೀನ್ ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗುಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್. ENTs and pediatricians, ENT ಗಂಟಲು ಮೂಗು ಮತ್ತು ಕಿವಿ ರೋಗ ತಜ್ಞರು, ಅವರು ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಷಿಯನ್ ಹತ್ರ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಡಿಯಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಷಿಯನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗುಡ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್. BSc ಡಯಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, more are the kidney failures, dialysis hospitals. In each and every hospital there are dialysis machines are available. Dialysis technicians are required. Supposing if you are trying for NEET in the medical ಆಗದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕಥೆ ಮುಗೀತಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ಗಳಿದೆ. BPT ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಈಗ ಅಡ್ಲೈಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ BSc ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ, BSc this dialysis technology, lot of scope is there. ಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ BSc ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಬೊರೇಟರಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಷಿಯನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗುಡ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್. ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಬೊರೇಟರಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಷಿಯನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಜಾಬ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಬೊರೇಟರಿಯನ್ನು ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಅದು ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಎನಾರ್ಮಸ್. ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ನಾನು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಅದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಪ್ರೊಫಲ್ಷನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ BSc ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಇದೆ, ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಕ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. Lot of heart attacks are happening. So many cardiologists are practicing these days. Before patient get into the cardiologist, they can reach to cardiac technology. Ade hospital alli cardiac technician ant ittirtare. The cardiac technician will take all the examination before patient go to the cardiologist. Good profession. Doctor tarahane nimage patient nodkoltare. Doctor agbekiತ್ತು, ನೀಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ I wish all of you should get medical city NEET, but if it not happening, that is not the end of the day. You have lot many opportunities. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಗಳಿವೆ, ಆ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸರ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್, NEET ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿಗ್ಬಹುದು, ಯಾವ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸಿಗ್ಬಹುದು, ಅದಾಗದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ BMS BHMS BMS ಯಾವ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, BDS ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಡಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾಳೆ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಡಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಡಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬಹುದು. ಡಿಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಡಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡಿಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಡಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಅದು ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಇನ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ. ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಡಿ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್, 6 years ಕೋರ್ಸ್. ವಿಲ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ ಆನ್ ಇಟ್. ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ನಿಮ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಬೇಗ ಬೇಗ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ನು 2 minutes ಇದೆ.
ಈ 2 minutes ಅಲ್ಲಿ BSc ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂದಂಗೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಬಂದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಯೂ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆಯೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ವಿತ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್. ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ 280 ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್. ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ತುಂಬಾ ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಬಹುದು. ಅಂಡ್ ಬಗ್ಲಿ ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನೆನಪಿದ್ಯಾ, ಒಂದು 2 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ವಿ ವರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಇನ್ ಧಾರವಾಡ ರಿಗಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಯಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪ್ರೆಷನ್ ಆಗೋದು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಎತ್ತ. ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ನಾವು ಒನ್ಸ್ ವಿ ವರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಧಾರವಾಡ, ಮೇನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡೇ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ವೈಬ್ಸ್. CET ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಗೀತು ಅನ್ನೋದಲ್ಲ, ನೀಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಗೀತು ಅನ್ನೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೆನಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್, ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್. ಅದು ಯಾವ ತರ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಎ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ MH ಬಗ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ಲಕ್ಕಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಾವು ಓದುವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೂನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸೀನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಹಿಂಗಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈಸಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈಸಿಲಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ಸ್. ಅದೊಂದು ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಟಾಕ್ ವಿತ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ MH ಬಗ್ಲಿ ಸರ್. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾ ಕೇರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾ, ಅಲೈಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್, ಬಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್, ನೀವು PCB ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್. ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅಲೈಡ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿ, ಫಿಸಿಯೋಥೆರಪಿ, ನರ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಲೈಡ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಟ್ ಸರ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್, MIT, MLT, ರೇಡಿಯೋಲಜಿ, ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾ, ಅನಸ್ಟೇಷಿಯಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಬಿಲೀವ್, ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ BSc ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ minimum you will get package, a very good package in any place. It may be remote area or city area, anything. Remaining things we'll talk tomorrow. Thank you everyone.
You can take over, madam. Thank you. Hello, madam.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hi.
You can take over. Continue. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Fine. Students, I hope you're fresh enough to start with. So we will start with the question number 6. Hotspots of biodiversity means. What does it mean? Hotspots of biodiversity. The areas of the earth that contain many endemic species, or the species serves as proxy for the entire communities in particular area. The species in particular niche or area, and species diversity at particular area. So what could be the answer? Hotspot of diversity means what? Yes. Can I see the answers? Hotspots of biodiversity means. The students are back, sir?
Yes, ma'am. You can continue, ma'am.
Okay. Hotspots of biodiversity, it means that the areas of the earth that contains many endemic species. So what we saw in the last part of the slide, that is hotspots, where we can see many endemic species of the organisms, that is called as hotspot. Which one of the following is an example of ex situ conservation? Ex situ conservation examples, either national park, seed bank, wildlife sanctuary, sacred groves. So what could be the answer here? So the best example for ex situ conservation will be the wildlife sanctuary. Sorry. Yes. So the wildlife sanctuary will be the best example for the ex situ conservation. National park, seed bank, all then sacred groves, all these are said to be the in situ conservation of biodiversity. Wildlife sanctuary is the one where we can see the not wildlife. Sorry, seed bank is the one where we can see as the ex situ. Wildlife sanctuary, sacred and national park, all these are said to be the in situ conservation. Seed bank, gene bank, all these are said to be the ex situ conservation. So in the next, alpha diversity is present in, that is, alpha diversity is present within the community, between the community, ranges of community, all the above. So what could be the answer? Alpha diversity means the diversity which happens within the community or between the community or ranges of the community or all the above. So here, so the answer would be alpha diversity means the diversity which happens within the community, inside the community, between the species is said to be the alpha diversity. Which of the following is not currently a major cause of global reduction in biodiversity? Which of the following is not currently a major cause of global reduction in biodiversity? Overexploitation, global warming, habitat destruction, introduction of foreign predators, and the diseases. So what could be the is not a current major cause of global reduction? Okay, ninth one, yeah, somebody is answering now. So ninth one, Vinod Kumar has told B, the other one has told D. No, right. Yes, Vinod Kumar is right. Yes, global warming. Global warming is a concept which doesn't cause major exploitation, major global reduction in biodiversity. All the other three is the one which is said to be the major cause of reduction in biodiversity. The 10th one, which of the following characteristics would cause a country to be considered a high priority region for conservation efforts? A high degree of endemism, having low species richness, having little natural habitat remaining, all the above. What characteristic would cause a country to be said as high priority region for conservation? So we know this telling all the above. Right. So I'd go with the answer. Yes. Sushmita and Harsha has told the right answer, a high degree of endemism. Because if the endemism decreases in one particular area, or if the endemism, increases in one particular area, the species may undergo extinction. So that is the, that would be the one cause which we have to keep in mind, or which you have to keep high priority for conservation efforts. Fine. So the next one, which of the following is done in a wildlife sanctuary? So what it is done in a wildlife sanctuary? Conservation of fauna, conservation of flora, utilization of soil and flora, prohibition of hunting. So what should be done in a wildlife sanctuary? Question is very clear. What should be done in a wildlife sanctuary? So in a wildlife sanctuary, what should be done? Yes, your answers are right. You have told A, and that is the right answer. Conservation of fauna. Conservation, wildlife sanctuary, it itself says conservation of animals. Fauna is nothing but animals. So conservation of animals is what mainly done in the wildlife sanctuaries. 12th one, which of the following statement is true for genetic diversity? Which of the following statement is true for genetic diversity? The total genetic information contained within all individual of the species, the total phenotypic information contained within all the individuals of the species, the variety of life forms on Earth, the variety of biotic communities in the region along with abiotic community. What will be the right answer regarding genetic diversity? Yes. So the answers given by few A. Yes. Most of you have given A. Right. That will be the right answer. The total genetic information contained within all the individuals of the species, what we call it as genetic diversity. And that will be the apt statement for the genetic diversity. Modern ex situ conservation includes cryopreservation techniques, in vitro fertilization, propagation of plants by using tissue culture method. So which statement is included in the modern ex situ conservation? Is it only first? Is it only third? Is it second and third and all of this? What will be the answer for this? Yes. So yes, Vinod Kumar has given the right answer. All of this means the cryopreservation technique, in vitro fertilization technique, propagation of plants by using tissue culture technique, all these techniques are included in the ex situ conservation techniques. And the major cause of loss of number of migratory birds is bad weather, urbanization, pesticides, fragmentation, loss of habitat. So what all the major cause of loss of number of migratory birds? So you have to let me know what are the major cause for loss of this migratory birds. Is it bad weather, urbanization, pesticides, fragmentation, loss of habitat? So which would be the right answer here? Yes, D option, C option, C option, C option. Most of you have given C option. So what is C option? Bad weather, urbanization, and loss of habitat. Okay, so let's come for the answer. The major cause of loss of number of migratory bird is not due to bad weather, not due to urbanization, pesticides, no. The fragmentation and loss of the habitat are the two main reasons why there is loss of migratory birds around. So the question, assertion and reasoning question. The presently occurring species extinction is different from the mass extinction that have occurred earlier. A reason is extinction in present day is due to natural cause, whereas earlier it is due to man-made cause. So the presently occurring species extinction is different from the mass extinction that has occurred earlier. The reason they are giving is extinction is present in present day is due to natural cause, whereas before it was man-made cause. So what is the answer for the 15th one? Now I hope somebody has given the answers as C. Yes. So here the presently occurring species extinction is different from the mass extinction that has occurred earlier, right? That is a true statement. Extinction in present day is due to natural cause, whereas earlier it was due to man-made cause. That is literally wrong. So the right answer is, as you people said, it is C, if assertion is true, but the reason is false. So that will be the right answer. And I would like to stop here. A few more questions. You can solve it on your own. I'll be giving you the questions, few more, so you can solve it in your home on your own. So we will go with the next chapter. Can you see the chapter slides? I hope it is visible.
Yes, madam, it is visible.
Yeah. So we will go with the next chapter, that is ecosystem. So if we come to the ecosystem, we'll discuss about the structure and function. In this ecosystem, we have different types of ecosystem. So it's a very simple chapter. So I'll go a little bit faster. So the types of ecosystem, when we see there is terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem, man-made ecosystem. So terrestrial ecosystem, forest, grassland, desert, etc. Aquatic ecosystem is pond, lake, whatever, the river or water-based ecosystems are nothing but aquatic ecosystem. Man-made ecosystem is what? The crop fields and the aquarium. These are all the examples of different kinds of ecosystems. So one terminology we have to keep in mind in this chapter, that is stratification. Stratification means vertical distribution of different species at different levels. Say for example, in a forest, trees occupied the topmost part. The tree occupies the topmost part, and then comes the second shrubs, and then comes the herbs, and the bottom will be the grasses. So this vertical distribution of different species in different levels is what we call it as stratification. So and then we will discuss about the aquatic ecosystem. So the components which comes under this aquatic system or a pond, we'll say basically in abiotic components, which includes water and soil, and the biotic components, as we all know, aquatic plants and animals. So what condition, climatic condition is required for this aquatic ecosystem? Sunlight, temperature, and the day length. So this is more required for the aquatic ecosystem. So where you can see two kinds of organisms included here: autotrophs, heterotrophs, and the last one will be decomposers. So autotrophs, they are nothing but phytoplanktons. They prepare their own food, algae and plants. Consumers, they are said to be the zooplanktons. Examples will be the fishes. They depend upon the autotrophs. Decomposers, they are fungi, bacteria, and flagellates, which eat up this dead end debris of the autotrophs and the consumers. So there are four basic components of functioning of an ecosystem. So any ecosystem to function, we need four basic components: productivity, decomposition, energy flow, and nutrient. So we will discuss each and everything in detail. Coming to productivity, primary production. The primary production is the amount of production of biomass which is seen in one unit area. So obviously the primary production depends upon the plants. So per unit area, how much amount of biomass is produced, that is called as primary production. It is always expressed in terms of grams squares or calorie per meter square. The expressed weight is in gram square and energy in terms of kilocalorie per meter square. And coming to productivity, there's one more terminology, that is the rate of biomass production in one particular time. The rate of biomass production in one particular time, we call it as productivity. It is expressed in gram square per year or kilocalories meter square per year. So this is what is the unit we use to express productivity. Then coming to two more terminologies, GPP and NPP. GPP is gross primary productivity. Here, the rate of production of organic matter happens during whatever happens during photosynthesis. We call it as gross productivity. Net primary productivity is whatever the available biomass is there for the consumption to the heterotrophs, that we call it as net primary productivity. Gross is how much organic matter is produced during photosynthesis is what gross. Net is how much is available for the consumption of heterotrophs. That biomass we call it as net primary productivity. So this NPP, GPP are, that is respiration loss. So all these are the important concept which comes under productivity. Coming to secondary productivity, this is the rate of formation of new organic matter by the consumers. So primary is based upon the producers. So secondary productivity is based upon the consumers, where how much new organic matter is formed. That is what is called secondary productivity. Primary productivity varies in different ecosystems because it depends upon the plant species, environmental factors, availability of nutrients, photosynthetic capacity, and the plants. So always primary productivity varies from one ecosystem to the other ecosystem, that we have to keep in mind. Annual net primary productivity of the whole biosphere is 170 billion tons of organic matter. So the entire ecosystem, if you see, the entire biosphere, the organic matter produced is 170 billion tons, is what we call it as annual net primary productivity. So we will talk a little bit about decomposers. So breakdown of complex organic matter into simple is what done by certain group of organisms. We call it as decomposers. They are also called as saprotrophs. Okay. So one terminology we have to keep in mind in that is detritus. Detritus are nothing but the raw material which undergoes decomposition. The material which undergoes decomposition, we call it as detritus. So the examples are dead remains of plants and animals, fecal matter, all that. Coming to the steps of decomposition, we have fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. These are the 5 major steps which comes under decomposition. Fragmentation is breakdown of this detritus into small particles by Retitivorous. Example is earthworm. Leaching, this whatever the small particles are there, water soluble inorganic nutrients, that will go down into the soil horizon, and the whatever unavailable salt are there, they are going to precipitate. Then next step is catabolism, where degradation of detritus into simple inorganic substance by microbial enzymes is called catabolism. Here, just it is broken down into smaller particles. In catabolism, it is broken down into simple inorganic substance by microbial enzymes. That is the difference between these two. We have to keep in mind. Humification, accumulation of humus in the soil, is simply called as humification, where humus is resistant to microbial action. Humus is always resistant to microbial action, where it decomposes on its own very slowly. So the last step is mineralization. Whatever the inorganic nutrients are there, which has happened due to degradation of humus, that will be released. That will be released into the soil. So this is the steps involved in decomposition. There will be certain factors which influences this decomposition. What it is, One is chemical composition, the other one is climatic factors. Chemical composition of detritus, that is the chemical composition of raw materials, is very much important. So if the raw material, if the detritus is rich in lignin and chitin, okay, these two are the materials which undergo slow decomposition, right? And others, which are rich in nitrogen and water soluble substances, they undergo decomposition very fast. So hence here the chemical composition is very much important for decomposition. Climatic factors like warm and moist environment favor the decomposition. Low temperature and anaerobic inhibition decomposition. So, and if the anaerobes are less, if the temperature is low, if the environment is warm and moist, it favors it favors decomposition. Right, so these two are the factors which influences decomposition. Next, we will see about the energy flow, how the energy will be transferred from one level to another level. So we all know sun is the only source of energy. So where incident solar radiation, which is less than 50%, is photosynthetically active radiation. We call it as 50% of solar radiation, incident solar radiation, we call it as PAR, photosynthetically active radiation. In that, plant captures 2 to 10% of the PAR. So among 50%, plant captures only 2 to 10% and utilizes it. So those plants, we call it as autotrophs. They convert whatever the solar energy is there into chemical energy. Hence, they are also called as converters or transducers. So in aquatic ecosystem, phytoplanktons are the autotrophs, major autotrophs. Coming to consumers, they are called as heterotrophs. They consume or they depend upon these producers for their food. They are called consumers. Here we have three types of consumers: primary, secondary, and tertiary consumers. Primary consumers are the herbivores. They depend upon only plants, that is insects, birds, and mammals. Secondary consumers are the consumers which depends upon the primary consumers. They are also called as primary carnivores. Examples are frogs and fox. They depend on these insects and birds for their food. Coming to tertiary consumers, they are called as secondary consumers and they depend upon this primary consumer for their food. Example is tiger and lion, where they depend upon the deer, fox, and all for their food. So this is regarding the primary and secondary consumers. So we will see about the food chain. So food chain, the chain of feeding relationship. So the chain in which one feeds the other, that kind of relationship is called as food chain. So it is of two types. One is GFC, the other one is DFC. GFC is grazing food chain, where primary consumers feed on living plants, that is producers. So example, grass will be eaten up by goats, goats will be eaten up by man, and further. Right, so here producers to the primary consumer to the secondary consumer is what the GFC, grazing food chain, says. And detritus food chain means detritus, as we know, it is the raw material for decomposition. Here, primary consumers feeds on detritus, that is on the raw materials or the dead and waste debris. So here you can see the different levels of food chain, where we can see primary producers, primary producers will be eaten up by primary consumer will be eaten up by secondary, and secondary will be by tertiary. So these levels, what we call it as trophic levels. So each level in this food chain, we call it as trophic level, right? So so you can see the examples I have given here, and I have already told it. So let's see what is this characteristics of this trophic level. So it is always unidirectional inflow. It is always like this. Not tertiary consumers will eat primary producers. No, it is always like this. It will go in one direction. Shorter food chain generate more energy. When the food chain is very short, the energy conservation will be more. 10% energy is transferred from one trophic to the another trophic level. So if there are 1,000 producers, consumers will be 100. Means 100 consumers will eat 1,000 producers. And 10 secondary consumer will eat 100 primary consumer. And 1 tertiary consumer will eat 10 secondary consumers. So like this, the 10% energy will be transferred to the each trophic level. And here in this, decomposers are not included. So in any food chain, if you take, decomposers are not included. Then if there are many food chains which are interconnected, we give a term called as food web. So coming to this ecological pyramids, if we represent the food chain in the form of pyramid, it is called as ecological pyramid. So if you see ecological, sorry, I was telling about ecological pyramid. So here, if you see, there are different kinds of pyramids. That is pyramid of biomass, pyramid of there is one pyramid, sorry, there are different kinds of pyramids. In that one pyramid is pyramid of biomass. So if you see all the pyramids in whatever terms, if you take pyramids of number, pyramid of organisms, whatever you take, all these different kinds of pyramids are upright pyramids. So grassland ecosystem, forest ecosystem, whatever you take, all these are upright. Only pyramid of biomass or pond ecosystem is inverted. Why? Because the always here tertiary will be more in number than the secondary, and secondary will be more in number than the primary. So that is only inverted ecosystem you can see. So what could be the limitation of this pyramids? Same species are not considered at different levels. So tree is not considered in the second trophic level, and it is not considered in the, and elephants and deer is not considered in the third trophic level. So like this, species are not considered at different trophic levels. They assume a simple food chain, and saprotropes, that is decomposers, are not included here. Ecological succession, we will see here. If there is a gradual, slow or predictable changes happening in the species composition, that we call it as, or the changes we call it as ecological succession. And this ecological succession leads to climax. So anything, any movie if you take, there is a beginning and there is an end. So end, we say it as climax scene, right? In the similar way, in the environment or in the ecology ecosystem also, we have a climax. So if the composition of the species slows down, we call it as climax composition of the ecosystem, where the initial or the initial species we call it as pioneer species, and the end species we call, or end thing we call it as climax composition. Seed means what? The entire sequence of communities that successively change in an area. Means from one level to the another level, if it goes on changing, we call that community as seed community. Serial stages is nothing but individual transitional community. Okay. So coming to the succession, it is of two types: primary succession, secondary succession. The succession in area where no living organisms ever existed, means whatever the first pioneer species exist, that area will be a new area, and further the succession goes on. That is called as primary succession. So newly cooled lava, bare rocks, all these are said to be the primary succession ecology. Secondary succession, here it takes place in an area after the existed organisms have lost. Say, for example, there is a forest which has been burnt or cut or abandoned from long time. So in that area, again, a new species comes and starts surviving. So this succession, we call it as secondary succession. And secondary succession is always faster because the resource is already available. There is no new creation is happening. So hence the succession is always faster than the beginning. So coming to this succession, there are two types of succession in plants. That is hierarch succession, xerarch succession. Hierarch means it occurs in the wet areas where the progress happens from hydric region to the mesic condition. Hydric region, watery region to the wet region is what succession we call it as hierarch. And coming to xerarch succession, it is from xeric condition to the mesic condition. That is from very dry region to the wet region. We call it as xerarch succession. So here, climax always in these two succession, the climax community is mesic, means in the wet region only. Primary succession on rocks, that is xerophytic habitat. If you see, lichens are the primary species, pioneer species, and then that leads to small plants like bryophytes, that leads to the formation of big plants, and the final formation will be the forest, that is the climax community. That is what the example of xerophytic habitat. And primary succession in water, if you take, phytoplanktons will be the pioneers, then rooted submerged plants, then rooted floating angiosperms, then comes free floating plants, reed swamps, then marsh meadows, scrub, and then finally tree. Tree will be the climax community in the forest or in the aquatic plants also. So this is regarding the successions. Then the last part in the chapter, that is biogeochemical cycles or nutrient cycles. So where we can find different kinds of cycles, we mainly concentrate here carbon and phosphorus. So the amount of nutrients present in the soil, we call it as standing state. And the amount of biomass in one particular region, we call it as standing crop. Standing crop is the amount of biomass present in one particular area, and standing state is the amount of nutrient present in one particular area of the soil. Nutrient cycle is the movement of nutrients in various components of the ecosystem. So we can see two types of nutrient cycle. One is gaseous cycle, the other one is sedimentary cycle. Gaseous cycle, the main reservoir of source is atmosphere, that is nitrogen and carbon cycle. The sedimentary cycle here, the main source is earth crust, where sulfur and phosphorus cycle is involved. So let's see some difference between the carbon and the phosphorus cycle. Carbon, here the atmospheric input is very high. Phosphorus, here the atmospheric input is much smaller. Gaseous exchange takes place between organism and environment. In phosphorus cycle, gaseous exchange is very negligible. So this is regarding the little bit concept regarding the chapter. We will go regarding questions here now related to the chapter ecosystem. So I'll try to read out the first question. Vertical distribution of different species occupying different levels, we call it as what? Enumeration, stratification, species composition, none of this. Anybody to answer? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can see the answer over there. B is the right option, we are told. Yes, so B will be the right option, that is stratification is the right option, where you can see the vertical distribution of different species in different levels. Right. Yeah, the B is the right option. So we will go with the second one now. Primary productivity is equal to standing crop of an ecosystem, is greatest in freshwater ecosystem, is the rate of conservation of light to chemical energy in an ecosystem, is inverted in some aquatic ecosystem. So what is primary productivity means? Primary productivity, what happens here? To answer, somebody has given B, A, and C. So the right answer here is C. It is the rate of conversion of light to chemical energy in an ecosystem. Means primary productivity is based upon the plants. Where what plants do? They convert the light energy into chemical energy in an ecosystem. So the right answer is C. Whoever has given the right answer, good. Yes. So we will go with the third question. That is, which one of the following processes helps the water-soluble inorganic nutrients go down into the soil horizon and get precipitated as unavailable salts? Fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification. What is the right answer for this? All the water-soluble inorganic salts, they'll precipitate down. What is that process called? Catabolism, leaching. So we saw this in the slide itself, the direct answer. Yes, so you have given the direct answer, that is leaching. Leaching is a process where all the water soluble inorganic salts will be precipitated deep down in the soil horizon. So the next one is fourth question. Each trophic level has a certain mass living material at a particular time is known as. So what is the right answer for this? Each trophic level has a certain mass of living material in a particular time is known as. So option, yes, you have given the option standing crop, fourth one B, then D, then B. So yes, so standing crop is the right option where it has where the biomass at a particular time will be standing, or it will be a certain mass, or each trophic level has a certain mass of living material. We call it as standing crop. So energy pyramids are used to represent energy transfer in an ecosystem because energy is dashed between each trophic level. Gained, conserved, lost, or either conserved or gained. So what could be the answer here? Each energy pyramid are used to represent energy transfer in an ecosystem because energy is what? Lost or gained or remains same or what? So answer, somebody has given B, D. Sixth answer. Sixth answer is B, D, D. Okay, fine. So in each trophic level in an energy pyramid, or each level in the energy pyramid, the energy is lost. I had given the example, thousands of plants will be eaten up by hundreds of primary consumers, right? So 10% of energy will be lost in each energy level. So it is lost. Which one of the following statement is correct regarding decomposers? So the sixth question says, which statement is correct regarding the decomposers or decomposition? Decomposition rate is slower if detritus is rich in lignin and chitin, and quicker if detritus is rich in nitrogen and water-soluble substances like sugar. Decomposition rate is slower if detritus is rich in nitrogen and water-soluble substances like sugar, and quicker if detritus is rich in lignin and chitin. Decomposition rate is slower if detritus is rich in cellulose, and quicker if detritus is rich in phosphorus. The last option is decomposition rate is quicker if detritus is rich in lignin, and low if detritus is rich in sulfur. So what is the answer for this? So which statement is correct? So sixth one, yeah, you have told A. Yes, so the answer, the right answer here is decomposition rate is slower if the detritus is rich in lignin and chitin, and quicker if detritus is rich in nitrogen and water soluble substances like sugar. Yes, if it is quicker in this, and if it is lignin and chitin present, the decomposition rate is slow. That's the right statement. Which statement is true corresponding to the given food chain? The grass is eaten up by rabbits, rabbits are eaten up by snakes, and snakes by hawk. Which statement is true? Each predator population has greater biomass than its prey population. Each prey population has a greater biomass than its predator population. Each population is omnivorous, and each level of food chain returns inorganic nutrients and energy to the producer. So what could be the right option here? Seventh one A, seventh one B, seventh one B. Yes, the statement is true. The B statement is the correct statement. That is, each prey population has a greater biomass than its predator population. Just now I told you why that each than the producers. Let's say, for example, producers are 1,000, the primary eaters, consumers are 100. So each thing I have given you in detail. So that will be the right answer. Which of the following are trends in form ecological succession? An increase in complexity of the species, an increase in productivity, an increase in community stability and species diversity, a decrease in non-living organic material. Which statement is or are true for the ecological succession? You have to tell me which statements are true for the ecological succession. That is statement 1 and 3, statement 1 and 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So which statements are true according or for this ecological succession? So if you take ecological succession, so an increase in complexity of the species is, yes, it will happen in the ecological succession. An increase in productivity, yes, the number of species increases, productivity increases. Increase in community stability and species diversity, yes, that also happens. A decrease in non-living organic material, no, that we are not depending here on the abiotic factors. So hence, the first three statements are true. Okay, so that is answer C will be the right answer. Choose the correct statement regarding ecological pyramids. The relationship between organisms at different trophic level is expressed in terms of number, biomass, and energy. Any calculation of energy content, biomass, or number has to include one group of organism at that trophic level. Third statement is in most ecosystem, all the pyramids of number, biomass, and energy are upright. The pyramid of biomass in C is generally inverted, and pyramid of energy is always inverted and can never be upright. So you have to tell which statements are the correct statements here regarding ecological pyramids. Take time, read out the question properly, and you have to answer it. So I can see the answers as A, that is 1, 3, and 4th statement is true. So if I take the relationship between organisms at different trophic level is expressed in terms of number, biomass, and energy. Not in different trophic level, in different pyramids, the relationship is seen as number, biomass, and energy. So that is not the correct statement. Any calculation of energy content, biomass, and number has to include one group of organism at each trophic level, right? That will be the right statement. Each organism should be included in each trophic level. So in most ecosystem, all the pyramids of number, biomass, and energy are upright. No, in most of the ecosystems, all are upright, but in few they are inverted also. So the pyramid of biomass in C is generally inverted. With this example, we have seen pyramid of energy is always inverted and can never be upright. No, this we can't guarantee. So the answer for the 9th one is C. Second and the 5th one. Pyramid of energy is always inverted and can never be upright. No, right? So these are all the right statement for, or correct statement for the 9th one, right? So we will go for the next 10th one. Which of the following statement is or are correct about biogeochemical cycle? You have to tell which are the statement right for biogeochemical cycle. Gaseous exchange of phosphorus between organism and environment are negligible. All biogeochemical cycles include both organism and non-living component. Most elements remain longest in the living portion of their cycle. The chemical elements used by organism in large quantity cycles back and forth between organism and environment. So you have to tell which statements are right for the biogeochemical cycle. I know students, this topic is a little bit boring, but yeah, you have to go through this chapters also if you have to score good score in your CET and NEET. So you have to go through these chapters as well. So I think if you concentrate a little bit will be better. So 10th one, I'll only tell the correct option will be the B option, because the gaseous exchange of phosphorus between the organisms and environment are negligible. It won't take place much. All biogeochemical cycles include both organism and non-living components. Yes. And then the chemical elements used by organism in larger quantity cycle back and forth between the organism and environment. Means it is a cycle. The name itself says it is a cycle. So it will be continuously moving between the organisms and the environment. So this is what is the right option B. 11th question, assertion says pyramid of energy may be upright or inverted. Reason, only 20% of energy goes to the next trophic level. So what could be the right answer here? Eleventh one, D, C. So pyramid of energy may be upright or inverted. It's a false statement, and reason, no, not only 10% of energy goes to the next trophic level, not 20. So both the statements are false here. Both the statements are wrong. And coming to assertion, one more question. Biotic community has higher position than population in ecological hierarchy. Reason, population of similar individual remains isolated in the community. So you have to tell whether the assertion is true, reason is true, both are true, both depend on each other. So you have to let me know what is the right answer. Read out the question. So answer is C. Yes, somebody has given the answer as C. The assertion is true, but the reason is false, which means biotic community has higher position than population in ecological hierarchy. Correct, but the reason is not true. Population of similar individual remains isolated in the community is not a true statement. 13th question, you have to match between column 1 and 2. So that is standing state, gaseous cycle, standing crop, and sedimentary cycles. So on the column 2, you have nitrogen, carbon, the amount of nutrients, sulfur, phosphorus, living matter at different trophic levels. So you have to match the correct the terminology with the correct thing between the column 1 and 2. So anybody is there to answer? So the answer, yeah, somebody has asked one question, ma'am, can I know how much is weightage for unit ecology in NEET? See, if you take class 12 will have 60%, class of 11 will have 40%. So in that, this it can be a 10% of your 60% comes in this ecology part, whatever I'm giving today. All the 4 chapters, whatever I'm giving, it will contribute for the 10%. So you have to concentrate in that sense. Coming to the answer, yes, 13th one, yes, most of you have answered it correct. A is the correct answer. That is standing state is amount of nutrients. Gaseous cycle is nitrogen cycle and carbon cycle. Standing crop means the living matter at different trophic levels. Sedimentary cycles are nothing but sulfur and phosphorus. Right. So again, one more match is there. That is column 1 and column 2 you have to match. Presence of 3 to 4 story. Biome having grasses, man-made ecosystem, pioneer in hydroseed. Blue-green algae of plants grown in a forest, stratification with scattered trees, savanna, and the dam. So this you have to match with column 1. What could be the right answer? Yes. So yeah, C and D. No, it is not C and B. The right answer will be the D1. That is, presence of 3 to 4 story is stratification with scattered trees. Then a biome having grasses, we call it a savanna. Man-made ecosystem is the dam. And pioneer, the first species in the hydroseed is blue-green algae of the plants grown in the forest. So the right answer would be the D1. So now in the 15th question, you have to refer the cycle and you have to label what is A, B, C, D. You have to identify what is A, B, C, D, and the options are given below. 15th one, the picture is given on the screen and you have to identify what is A, B, C, D. Fifteenth is C. Somebody has told 15th is C is the right answer here. So that is A is the producer. From the producer is the consumer, and then comes the detritus. Detritus will be decomposed by the decomposed in the soil solution by the decomposition process, and whatever rock minerals are there, they'll undergo withering, and it leads to soil solution or soil nutrient. So that will be the right answer. C will be the right answer. Further questions will be sharing. You have to solve on your own. I'll go for the next topic, the last topic. I'll go with the environmental issues. Yeah, I hope this the slide is visible. So we will start with the chapter, the last part of today's session, that is environmental issues. So we have many issues like air pollution, water pollution, sound pollution, soil pollution, all that. So we are going to discuss in detail each and everything. So first we will go with soil pollution. So anything which is not normal, any composition is not normal in a particular environment, we call it as pollutant. The unwanted material which enters the system, we call it as pollutant. So in air pollution, we have two kinds of pollutants, air pollutants, that is gaseous and particulate. So gaseous means which are gas in nature, and particulate means it can be solid or liquid in nature. So according to CPCB, that is Central Pollution Control Board, so particulate which is more than 2.5 micrometer in diameter, less than 2.5 micrometer in diameter is harmful as it enters the respiratory system very easily. So this 2.5 micrometer diameter, whatever particulate is there in the pollutant is very harmful for our respiratory system. So how to control it? The gaseous pollutant can be controlled by combustion, adsorption, or absorption. And the particulate gaseous pollutant can be controlled by arresters and scrubbers. So what can be seen here is one arrestor we will see in detail, that is electrostatic precipitator. Electrostatic precipitator is most widely used arresters, where 99% of particulate matter will be removed with the help of this, and this is generally used in thermal power plants. So you can see this is the electrostatic precipitator. What it will be having? It will be having a negatively charged wires. So this negatively charged So here you can see the negatively charged wires are there. There'll be a pipe or a channel-like structure. In that, negatively charged wires will be kept in one end, and the dry or the dirty air will be passed from that end. So what happens, all this dust particles, they will gain the negative charge here due to negatively charged wire. And this area we call it as discharged corona. And later, certain collection plates will be kept here which are positively charged. Okay. So once the dust particles are negatively charged, they will get adhered to this positively charged plates, and the clean air will come out. So this is what is electrostatic precipitator, which is usually used in thermal power point. The another one is scrubber. Okay, so here particulate, how the particulate will be filtered here. So this is a scrubber unit. So the dirty air will be passed from the lower end, and in the upper end, they will spray the water or the lime water here. So from the upper end. So when the lime water or the water is sprayed, all the pollutant, whatever the particulates are there, they will get wet and get settled down at the bottom, and the pure air will come out, clean air will come out. So this is how the particulates will be filtered out and clean air will be given out in these two particulate scrubbers, or scrubber and the electrostatic precipitators. So next we will talk about a little bit about ozone. So we all know ozone protects UV rays. It is present in the stratosphere. It is measured in terms of Dobson unit, and we all know it is degraded by the chlorofluorocarbons. So the first hole of ozone is seen in the Antarctic region. So what happens if the hole is created? So we can get many diseases like skin cancer, mutation, cataracts, snow blindness, and all this. Then obviously, if something is causing these many diseases, we have to protect it. So to protect the ozone, there is one protocol called Montreal Protocol. It was first done in Canada region, Montreal. So it was signed in 1987, but came effective in the year 1989. What it says, what Montreal Protocol says is, there should be control in the emission of this ozone depleting substances. That is, the controlled emission of CFCs should be there. That should be done in order to protect our ozone layer. So on the other hand, little bit we will talk about greenhouse gases, because that also contributes to the destruction of the ozone. So where greenhouse gases are carbon dioxide, CH4, CO2, CH4, CFC, and N2O, nitrous oxide. Methane, carbon dioxide, methane, CFC, and N2O, nitrous oxide. So here if you see, I have written in their decreasing order, means carbon dioxide is the highest contributor, or it is said as the highest greenhouse gas, followed by the methane, and then CFC, and the last is nitrous oxide. The carbon dioxide is 60%, methane is 20%, CFC is 14%, and nitrous oxide is only 6%. Where in 1990s, if you see, Delhi was ranked 4th among the 41 most populated cities of the world. In the entire world, Delhi was ranked 4th because of their pollution. So hence, they thought of bringing some plan, and in the year 2002, they brought a plan where they changed all the diesel buses to CNG buses, that is compressed natural gas buses, and some norms were given in that. One Euro 3 norm that said that the sulfur, whatever is there in the pollution, it has to be controlled. Then how to control? The 350, it has to be present, or the sulfur has to be present as 350 ppm in diesel and 150 ppm in petrol. Beyond this is said to be the pollution. Then apart from that, there are certain other controlling things which we have to follow. That is cancellation of the old vehicles, use of low sulfur in petrol, diesel. And if you see, if you go in the petrol bunk, you can see one more bunk which says unleaded petrol. Yes, use of that will reduce the production of sulfur and other greenhouse gases. And also finally use of catalytic converter. So catalytic converter use very costly metals like palladium, rhodium and all, which converts toxic to less or no toxic materials. Okay, so the next part is sound or noise pollution. So this pollution, the sound pollution or noise pollution was included with the air pollution in the year 1976. Okay, sound is measured in terms of decibel. So we all know. So here I have given in the picture certain decibels of hearing threshold. So here from 0 to 30, we can't hear. It is very, very negligible. It's out of human hearing threshold. So from 40 to 80 will be the normal threshold of human hearing. That is 40 to 80. Right. So this is very normal. So that is when you whisper, when you say something in secret, that will be in 40 decibels. So when you are in normal voice, that is 60 decibel. When you are playing in a playground, it will be 80 decibel. So 80 to 90 is little bit said as high pitch voice or more voice. Beyond 80, whatever is there, 80, 90 to 140 is said to be the dangerous threshold. Means these sound level, what we call it as noise. Okay, more than 80 decibel, we call it as noise, and it is very harmful to the human ear. That is, somebody is drilling your home, or a plane is taking off. All these are said to be the noise which happens around. And what happens if noise is there? So if there is a noise, there will be psychological and physiological effect on the human beings, like sleeplessness, increased heartbeat, breathing, increased breathing, stress. All these are the harmful effects which we go through. Then obviously we have to control it. How to control it? Use of certain sound absorbent material. So usually they say that if there is neem trees or ashoka trees around, that helps in absorption of sound. That's a simple natural way. Apart from that, the horn-free zone around hospitals and schools should be followed, and delimiting the times of using loudspeakers. If there is some function going on, if there is something going on around, the loudspeaker should have limitations in order to maintain this harmful effect. So the next part will be the water pollution. So the pollutants like sewage, industrial waste, nuclear waste, thermal plant waste, and even domestic waste, all this contributes to the water pollution. And in this contribution, we can see organic pollutants, inorganic pollutants, and biological pollutants. So this, all these three, whatever, is divided into two major forms: domestic sewage and industrial sewage. Domestic sewage, it is biodegradable and organic in nature. Industrial sewage, it is mainly inorganic matter, means it cannot be degraded so easily. Okay, so this organic, inorganic matter, or these domestic and industrial sewage, leads to two major concepts, that is BOD and COD. BOD means that is biological oxygen demand. COD is chemical oxygen demand. So BOD measures the biodegradable organic matters present. It is a measure, it is a process in which we measure the biodegradable organic matters. COD measures both organic and both the biodegradable and non-biodegradable organic matters. BOD is oxidized. It is oxidizing. It is used in oxidizing microorganisms. Uses here BOD uses microorganism for oxidation. Here, strong chemicals are used for oxidation, and BOD is affected by toxic substance. Here, it is not affected by toxic substance. So usually BOD incubation is 5 days. COD incubation is 2 hours. So this is little bit regarding BOD and COD. So then we will see a little bit about biodegradation. So during this biodegradation, what happens? Microbes consumes more oxygen. So once you discharge the sewage into the water, what happens? The microbe consumption for oxygen will be more. The microbes will increase in the number as the oxygen is consumed by the microorganism. So that will be less available for the aquatic plants. So this is microorganism curve and this is the plant curve. So as the oxygen decreases for the plant undergoes, or aquatic animals undergo death. Right. So here two things we will see: algal blooms and biomagnification. Algal blooms means presence of large number of nutrients in water. Once the nutrients are more, there will be excessive growth of alga, that is planktons will be present more. So that is called as algal bloom. So this imparts a distinct color of the water bodies. Means as the alga increases, you can see the ponds or lakes will turn into green color in the beginning and then brown in the later. Means green in the sense the algas are very young and reproducing in more in number, and later as the nutrient increases and as the oxygen decreases, the alga also goes death. That is called deterioration and causes the water quality to go low. This is called algal bloom. Biomagnification means accumulation of a particular substance in the body of an organism at different trophic levels. From one level to the other level in the food chain, the particular substance goes on increasing. That we call it as biomagnification. The best example is DDT. So if in the water DDT level is 0.033 ppb, the zooplanktons, which depends upon the water, will be having 0.04 ppm. That is parts per billion, here parts per million. Then small fish will have 0.5 parts per million. Large fish which eat up this will have 2 ppm. And finally, birds, which depends upon the large fish, will have 25 ppm. So here, the whatever the DDT is there, the concentration is increasing from one level to the another. That is getting magnified from one level to the another. Hence the term biomagnification. So the next part is eutrophication. Natural aging of a lake by the nutrient enrichment. We call it as eutrophication. Means as and when the nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus increases, there will be algal growth, as we discussed just now. Decreased oxygen level and death of aquatic animals takes place. The lake will become shallow and warmer. In this process, the age of the lake is getting changed, or it is getting different because of more nutrient in them. That process we call it as eutrophication. The best example is terror of Bengal, that is water hyacinth. Echornia is the one which started encroaching the lakes in the Bengal. Once the lakes got encroached with this, what happened? All the fishes, they died, right? And Bengal is the main food in Bengal is fish, right? So they all dependent on fish, and that had said that process or that incident, we call it as terror of Bengal. And if the human activities like industries and household activity increases, that we call it as, that leads to eutrophication. That is called as cultural or accelerated eutrophication. Okay. So to control this or to check this, there is one organization called as FOAM, Friends of Arcata Marsh, citizens of Arcata. They said, if you go for integrated wastewater treatment, we can save the lakes, or we can go away from this eutrophication. And there is one thing taken into consideration, that is EcoScan. EcoScan means economical or ecological sanitization, means biological sanitization. So what happens here is whatever the excreta or the waste which comes out in the dry toilets, they use the dry composting toilet here, where the human excreta will be directly converted to natural fertilizers. So this is mainly seen in Kerala and Sri Lanka. They have adopted this ecosan. The next few more pollution, which is caused by solid waste, agrochemical waste, and radioactive waste. So few we will discuss. Types of solid waste. We have biodegradable waste, which undergo natural degradation. Non-biodegradable waste, we know it is plastics, plastic packets, polybags, and polystyrene. Then there are few waste called as recyclable waste, where we can recycle it. That is plastics and e-waste. E-waste, particularly, they'll be buried in landfills or incinerated, means they are burnt completely, right? Then, so to check this, or to avoid this plastics, or to avoid the non-biodegradable solid waste polluting, so one person named Ahmad Khan from Bangalore, he made a thing called as poly blend. What he did is, he added plastic powder with bitumen, and he used it to lay the roads. Bitumen is a component mainly used in the road, laying the roads, and in that he mixed the plastic powders, and thereby little bit of recycling is done, and the non-biodegradable waste is reduced. So you have to keep in mind this person's name, Ahmad Khan from Bangalore, used polyblend to reduce the plastic waste. Agrochemicals and other effects. So we all know we use inorganic fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and all these we use in order to fulfill the demanding requirement. So these things, they get biomagnified in the terrestrial ecosystem, and as a result, it gets integrated. It gets integrated in our food. It gets incorporated in the food. So how to avoid it? Go for integrated organic farming. Integrated organic farming, Ramesh Chandar Dagar. He is from Sonipet, Haryana. So what he did is, he made a club with 5,000 farmers, that is Haryana Kisan Welfare Club. So where what he did is, he used all the waste products as a fertilizer and never used these things for the growth of the crops. So that is what is called inorganic farming, that is integrated organic farming. And Ramesh Chandar is the one who brought this in Sonipet. That you have to keep in mind. Radioactive waste. So whatever the nuclear energy is there are two problems with the nuclear energy. One, if there is accidental leakage, we can't do anything. And one, if the safe disposal of radioactive waste is not there, that leads to dangerous problem, right? So what we have to do, we have, what it causes majorly, the nuclear radiation may cause mutation, gene mutation. And the incidents are 3 Mile Island incident or Chernobyl incident. All these are the incident where you can see the gene mutation from generation to generation. People are not normal. This is because of these two things. So we have to check all this, and we have to provide proper facility for avoiding these kind of pollutions. So one more kind of pollution is improper utilization of resource, either over cultivation of crops or not allowing for the grazing, or deforestation process, or poor irrigation. All these leads to a kind of soil pollution as well. So irrigation without proper drainage leads to waterlogging condition in the soil that removes all the salt from the soil surface and affects the growth of the crop and the land. So we have to have proper irrigation facility, cultivation facility in order to protect the soil fertility. So we will talk a little bit about deforestation. We know what is deforestation, that is cutting up of the trees. So why we cut trees? to in order to grow agriculture, in order to provide agriculture for the timber, firewood, cattle ranching and all. So these are all the reason which leads to deforestation. One more is slash and burn agriculture. It was followed by, it is called as Jhum cultivation. It's followed by one group of people where what they used to do is they used to cut the forest, burn it, and use that burnt ashes as a fertilizer, cultivate that land, and go for the other place, leave it for recovery. So they used to do this thinking that the land nutrients will be recycled, but it also leads to deforestation. So one such important concept in this deforestation is Amrita Devi Bishnoi. She is one lady who fought with Jodhpur king. So where he was about to cut a piece of land's forest area, and wildlife thing will be disturbed there. Hence, Amrita Devi Bishnoi, she fought against that king and protected that area. So Government of India provides award for those who protect the wildlife in the name of Amrita Devi Bishnoi Wildlife Protection Award. So one more movement happened that is called Chipko movement. We all know very well. This was done by Garhwals of Himalayas. These are all the group of communities in the Himalaya where local women, they hugged the trees and protected them from cutting. So that movement we call it as Chipko movement. And government also introduced JFM, that is Joint Forest Management, that is managing the forest along with these kind of people in order to protect the forest. So this is regarding deforestation and avoiding of the deforestation. So we came up with the question answers. So we will do it fast. I think you can bear this, students. Coming to the question, which one of the following is a most efficient device to eliminate particulate matter from the industrial emissions? Particulate matter from the industrial emissions can be done by, most efficiently done by what? Is there anyone around to answer? Yes. So you have given the right answer. That is, electrostatic precipitator is the one most efficient device to eliminate particulate matter from the industrial emission. Which of the two expensive metals are used as a catalytic converter in automobiles for reducing emission of poisonous gases? Yeah, first one is D, done. Second one, we are talking about second one. Which of the two expensive metals are used as a catalyst by catalytic converter in order to reduce the emission of poisonous gases? Second one, B. Yeah, somebody has told B. D. I think you got confused with the question. So some costly metals are used, or expensive metals are used in order to stop the emission of poisonous gas. Cadmium, rhodium, no. So the answer will be, I just told while doing that, that is platinum, palladium, rhodium. Platinum, palladium, and rhodium are the two expensive metals used in order to used as a catalyst in order to check the poisonous gas. Yes, Bhavana has given the right answer. Thank you. It has to be Euro 3. Euro 3 norms. So here it is 3. Euro 3 norms stipulate that sulfur be controlled at -ppm in diesel and -ppm in petrol. Yes. Yes, you're right. Pavitra, Harsha, right? It is 350 ppm in diesel and 150 ppm in petrol. Right answer. Fourth question. Presence of large amount of nutrients in water also causes excessive growth of planktonic, that is free floating algae, called as what? So presence of large amount of nutrients in water also causes excessive growth of planktonic alga, that is called what? Algal bloom, biomagnification, eutrophication, biofortification. What could be the answer? Yes, somebody has answered algal bloom. That's the right answer. Right. DDT causes eggshell thinning in birds because it inhibits. Yeah, this I have not told. Yeah, if you know, you can answer. I hope it is there in the NCRT. DDT causes eggshell thinning because of somebody has asked DDT. DDT is dinitro, dichloro, dimethyl, trichloro. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So that, a second. DDT means it is dichloro, diphenyl, trichloroethane. Okay, you want me to write dichloro, diphenyl, trichloroethane. So that is D, and T. So DDT, the full form of DDT is this. So this is what is DDT means. So that inhibits something in the eggshell. So somebody has given the answer. Yes, fifth one is calcium. Calcium ATPase is the right answer. So it causes thinning in the bird's eggshell because of calcium ATPase. FOAM, Friends of Arcata Marsh, is a group of citizens responsible for integrated process of what? Is responsible for the integrated process of reducing eutrophication, sewage and water treatment, radioactive waste treatment, minimizing global warming. So what they are into? FOAM is meant for what? Nobody is there to answer. So foam is meant for sewage and water treatment. So they are meant for sewage and water treatment. The seventh question is the polyblend is an or a recycled modified plastic waste used for laying the roads, electronic waste buried in the landfills, plastic film or waste to make disinfectant, fine powder of plastic waste used to make the plastic bags. So what is polyblend is? What is polyblend? We just discussed few minutes back. So answer seventh one, yes, A. Somebody has given the answer A. Recycled modified plastic waste used for laying the roads. Yes, that is a plastic waste plus bitumen. It makes the poly blend. It is used in laying the roads. Which of the following statement about eutrophication are correct? So it can be naturally occurring process. It is commonly found in standing rather than running water. It can lead to oxygen depletion. It is commonly associated with high levels of phosphate and nitrates. So what all the statement is correct regarding eutrophication is what you have to answer. Yes, all the statements are true here. That is, it is a eutrophication. It can be naturally occurring process. It is commonly found in standing water rather than running water. Yes, it can lead to oxygen depletion. Definitely true. It is commonly associated with high levels of phosphates and nitrates. Right, that D is the right answer. Then ninth question, eco-sand toilets being used in Kerala and Sri Lanka are hygienic and cost-effective solution to human waste disposal. Mark the correct statement regarding eco-sand. Recycled human waste from this can be used as a natural fertilizer. They are called composting toilets. They do not depend on water for the disposal of excreta. All the above. So what could be the answer here? Ninth one. Ninth one is A and D. Yes, so here, yes, eco-sand toilets are meant for recycling human waste, and whatever the recycled human waste is there, they use it as natural fertilizer. That's the right answer. It is also called as composting toilets. That's also true. And it doesn't depend on water for the disposal of excreta. Yes, that is also a true statement. So all the above is the right answer. So mark the correct statement. 10th one, the ozone of stratosphere is good ozone. And troposphere on top of stratosphere is away from Earth's surface. The thickness of ozone is measured in decibel. The wavelength of UVB is more than UVA. So which could be the right answer regarding ozone? Sorry, or yes, regarding the ozone, you have to find the correct statement here. What could be the correct statement regarding ozone? Is it stratosphere is good ozone and troposphere on the top of stratosphere is away from the Earth's surface? What could be the right option? Fine, 10th one, you have told B. No, it is not B. It's the right answer will be A. The ozone of stratosphere is a good ozone. And all the other statement doesn't comes for the ozone because that doesn't satisfy the ozone thing. Next statement is assertion and reasoning type of question. So a suspended particulate matter is an important pollutant released by diesel vehicle. Catalytic converters greatly reduce pollution caused by automobiles. So you have to tell whether the assertion and reason statement are true or false, or they explain each other or what. So you have to tell me the right answer here. I'll read out the question for you. That is, a suspended particle matter is an important pollutant released by the diesel vehicle. And the reason, catalytic converters greatly reduce pollution caused by automobiles. So which can be the right answer here? So we are talking about the 11th one. So the 11th one, I'll only tell the answer. So both the statements are true, but the reason is not the correct explanation for the assertion. Means suspended particulate matter is an important pollutant which is produced in the diesel vehicles. Catalytic converter greatly reduce pollution, but catalytic converter doesn't depend upon this assertion, or reason is not the correct reason for the assertion. So that is the 11th one. So we will go with the 12th one, that is assertion and reasoning question again. So presently the global atmosphere is warming up. Reason: the depletion of stratospheric ozone layer has resulted in increase in ultraviolet radiation reaching the earth. So is it true? Is the statements are true? Is there the explanation is true for each other or not? You have to tell me. You can read the question again and tell me the answer. So somebody has given the answer, 12th one as B. Pushpa is already answering 13th one. Dear, we are in 12th still. Let's answer it. Yes. So B will be the correct answer. So that is assertion and reason. Both are true, but the reason is not the correct explanation for this assertion. So 13th question, in an aquatic ecosystem, maximum biomagnification is seen among fishes, microscopic plants, phytoplanktons, zooplanktons. So 13th one, in aquatic ecosystem, maximum biomagnification is seen among So 13th one, somebody has given B, A, B, A. I'll go with the answer. The right answer is A, fishes in aquatic ecosystem. Maximum biomagnification is seen among the fishes. Biomagnification is accumulation of certain substances is seen from one trophic level to another. The maximum is seen in fishes. So that DDT example I had given, it starts from water, increases to phytoplankton, then to zooplankton, then to fishes. So if you remember, fishes will have maximum biomagnification. Then question 14 is match the following question. So that is column 1 and 2. You have to see the column 1 and 2 and let me know which will be the right answer among. So somebody is answering. 14th one is B. Fourteenth one is B. So yes. So 14th one will be the B option. Option B. That is environment. As for Environmental Act is in 1986. That is Control of Pollution Act was given. And B, air is in 1987. That is Prevention and Control Protection Act. Water is 1974. And concept of joint forest management was done in 1980. Okay, so that will be the correct option. 15th one, somebody has already answered it as D. 15th one is D. Ahmad Khan, what he did plastic. He is a plastic sack manufacturer. That's how he made the poly blend. And Ramesh Chandra Dagar, he is the one who did this spreading information and helping on the this organic farming practice of integrated organic farming. And Amrita Devi Bishnoi is protecting wildlife, right? So the correct option for the 15th is A. I hope you got the answer. 15th one is not D, it is A. And coming to this, which of the following pair is true? Fossil fuel burning, release of carbon dioxide; nuclear power, radioactive waste; solar energy, greenhouse effect; biomass burning, release of carbon dioxide. Which pair is correct in this? You have to tell which pair is correct among these. We are talking about the 16th question here. Pushpa is telling which D is confusing. D is confusing. Which D is confusing in this? 15th question. So Pushpa is having some doubt in D. Right, yeah. See, both D option is telling Ahmad Khan, a plastic sack manufacturer of Bangalore, that is right. But Ramesh Chandra and Amrita Devi both are protecting wildlife. No, both are not protecting wildlife. Amrita Devi is protecting wildlife. Ramesh Chandra Dagar is spreading the information about integrated organic farming. So D is not an option. Nowhere it is an option. I hope it is clear. So 16th one, yeah, I'm getting the answer as D. 16th one answer, you have to tell me fossil fuel burning, release of carbon dioxide; nuclear power, radioactive waste; solar energy, greenhouse effect; biomass burning, release of carbon dioxide. Which is mismatched? The question is, yeah, somebody has answered it right. Solar energy is nowhere connected to greenhouse effect. So that's the right answer. According to 17th question, we are talking about 17th now. According to the size of air pollutants, range and type of chemical, the device given below is best used to control which type of pollutant. So which type of, to control which of the following pollutant, this, whatever the picture is given, is used. So it is large particulate, charged particulate matter, dissolved gases, or fine particles. So which is used in this device in order to control the particulate matter? So 18th and not 18th, we are still in 17th. D option, I guess. So the dissolved particles, because in this picture, if you see, it is a picture of the scrubber where we will spray the water or the lime spray, correct? So they will dissolve the pollutant or particulate present in the dirty gas, correct? So here the answer will be the dissolved gases. The dissolved gases and particulates will be cleared in this picture or in this instrument, whatever we are using. So we will go with 18th question. The given diagram shows electrostatic precipitator. They have already told it is an electrostatic precipitator. You have to identify what is ABC. So you have to identify only ABC. No need to worry about D. So you have to answer only A, B, C in this picture. Somebody has given A, Yes, so the right answer would be A here, because A is the discharge corona, B is the negatively charged wire exactly, and C is the collection plate grounded. These are the collection plates here. So discharge corona, negatively charged wire, and the collection plate will be the right answer. Sorry. So we finished 18th. We will go with 19th one. Yes, a lake affected by high levels of artificial eutrophication will have. A lake affected by high levels of artificial eutrophication will have high nutrient level, large phytoplankton population, and low energy levels at depth. High level of nutrients, low phytoplankton levels, high oxygen levels in surface water, low nutrients, large phytoplankton population, and low energy levels at depth. Low nutrient levels, low phytoplankton population, and high oxygen levels at depth. So which will be affected at high levels if there is an artificial eutrophication? The 19th one, most of you have given A. The 19th one is A. So 20th question, we will see the 20th question. Today, the concentration of greenhouse gas is very high because of use of refrigerator, increased combustion of oil and coal, deforestation, all the above. What could be the right answer as why it is increase in the greenhouse gases? What is the reason for increase in the greenhouse gases? Yes, 20 is the correct option, D. 21st, we will talk about 21st. Biomagnification refers to increase in the concentration of toxicant at successive trophic level. This happens because a toxic substance accumulated by an organism cannot be metabolized. Toxic substance accumulated by an organism cannot be excreted. A toxic substance is passed on to the next trophic level, all the above. So biomagnification means '21st is D, correct? The right option would be D. Correct. So the last set of questions we will finish off. Global warming can be controlled by. What do you say, kids? Global warming can be controlled by what? Global warming can be controlled by reducing reforestation, increase the use of fossil fuel, increasing deforestation, slowing down the growth of human population, increasing deforestation, reducing efficiency of energy usage, reducing deforestation, cutting down use of fossil fuels. So what would be the answer? Yes, and Pushpa and few have told it as D. Sorry. That is, reducing deforestation, cutting down use of fossil fuels will be helped in controlling global warming. Algal bloom impart a distinct color to the water due to their pigments, excretion of colored substances, formation of colored chemicals in water facilitated by physiological degradation of alga, absorption of light by algal cell wall. So what is the answer for this? 23rd question. We are nearing to the end. '23rd C. Formation of colored chemicals in the water facilitated by physiological D. So algal bloom impart a distinct color due to their pigment. Due to the pigment, whatever they have, due to that, the color will be distinct in the algal blooms. The effect of today's radioactive fall out will be harmful to children of future generation because infants are more susceptible to radiation. Susceptibility to radiation increase with age. Mutated genes are frequently recessive. Contamination of milk supply is not cumulative. So what they are telling is the radioactive effect will be harmful for the coming generation. Why? Infants are more susceptible, that's the reason. Twenty-fourth is A, C. Right, Harsha is right. Mutated genes are frequently recessive, means mutated genes will be carried from generation to generation. Whenever these mutated genes show their dominancy, the effect will be seen. The last question, in clean water, the concentration of BOD is low, but DO is high. DO is dissolved oxygen. BOD is high, but DO is low. BOD and DOD are high. BOD and DOD are low. So the last question, I hope we'll finish off. 25th C. No, 25th is A, that is BOD is low, but DO is high. BOD should be low and dissolved oxygen should be high in order to obtain a clean water. Yes. So this ends the session. Thank you for the patience. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, thank you. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear students. Madam, whatever the notes if you wanted to share, you can share in a faculty group. I'll share to the students.
Okay, sure. I'll do that. I'll share it.
Thank you. Dear students, I'll be sharing you recording session. Also the notes, whatever is available. And tomorrow you will be having a physics class, 4 to 8. Log in 5 minutes before. For any confusion, any queries, you can call me or WhatsApp me. My number is there. Thank you so much. Happy learning, students. Thank you all.